Hello, everybody. How we doing? Might be coming down with another cold again, so apologies if I sound a bit rough on today's stream. Hello, Transgirl Jade. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Erica. Hello, Will Kale. Almost said hello to Gamer G twice. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Crystal Hazer. Hello, Neuron. Hello, KBS. How's summer treating you? My God. Well, you know, I would say it's treating me very well, except that the weather today is gonna have the weather tonight is gonna have a negative 20-degree wind chill. It went from being like in the mid 60s yesterday to just like being so cold. I got snow. It's snowing right now. Our family, hello. Hello, hello. Too bad you're getting sick. I'm almost over my sickness. So I don't know. I don't think I talked a lot about it, but like I was literally just sick for like 2 weeks. I was just like doping up on Advil like every time I got on the stream. I was in the 60s today, and it's gonna drop like crazy the next couple of days. You know the worst part about it? It's not even the worst part isn't even the cold. The worst part is like the massive wall of air pressure that like comes with the cold, you know? Like I think it drives everyone like a little bit crazy. Hey, actual Karl Marx, how you doing? How you doing? Hello, Omega Star. Hello, Will Kale. Folks, I feel like it's a little bit slow tonight. I don't know why. Probably because I'm starting late. Non-aesthetic witch, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Archangel Decab. Front is going through Chicago right now. We're having thunder and lightning. Damn. All right, well, we're just going to get started with a little update about the Democratic primary in Michigan, which is honestly the most interesting race of the night. I know that there's the Haley and Trump are going head to head in Michigan, but I got to be honest, like the entire point of Nikki Haley running at this point is in case Donald Trump can't become president for whatever reason, you know? Whether it's a result of the legal battles or like he drops dead, like that's why she's running. So it doesn't matter really how she does in the Republican primary. She's just kind of in there to be the last one standing, to be honest. So the more interesting thing is what's going on in the Democratic primary. So in the Democratic primary, Michigan has organized a direct, essentially a pressure campaign against Joe Biden, where left-leaning folks are voting uncommitted in the primary as kind of a protest vote against Joe Biden, specifically over his handling of the Israel-Gaza genocide, you know? And what's really interesting is that it appears to be working. Currently, about 19% of the votes are in, per the New York Times. Now, you'll notice here, obviously, Joe Biden's going to win. Uncommitted was never going to win. But what's interesting is the number of votes that are come in that are uncommitted. Specifically because with less than 20% of the vote being in, there are 25,465, at this very moment, uncommitted votes, right? Well, the interesting part about this is that essentially in most Michigan Democratic primaries, for the presidency, around 20,000 people on average vote uncommitted. So we've already seen that this movement is essentially gaining some traction. They're actually making a dent in support for Biden, and it's translating into actual votes. And this is something that the Democratic Party actually pays attention to. As far as like leveraging your vote goes, doing this in the primary gets the Democratic Party's attention. And just as a quick FYI, the total just updated, 27,367 now with 20% of the votes in. I mean, honestly, if it keeps going in this direction, like We could see like 125,000 votes for like for uncommitted in the Democratic primary, which is like 6 times more than usually vote for the candidate or the uncommitted. So it is actually pretty interesting to see these results coming in. Yeah, basically what I'm trying to get at is that this type of protest is actually effective within the Democratic Party and is actually going to cause so many headaches tomorrow as the Democratic Party and the Joe Biden campaign like scramble to try and adjust messaging. So that's actually really, really, really interesting. Living in a capitalist world sucks, but I'm glad you're able to work while sick and push through your last sickness. I imagine you have taken some sick leave if you could survive without working. Pretty much, yeah. How long until Representative Tlaib is called a traitor? They're literally doing that right now. Like, they've been doing that for like the last 2 weeks since she like first suggested people vote uncommitted in the Democratic primary. Which is honestly the best way to leverage your vote. If you're one of those people who's like, we need to like hold our votes, we need to leverage our votes to get some power over Biden, this is the way you do it. You do that. You don't do that in the general, you do that in the primary. When like the Democratic Party is actually paying attention. Isn't Tlaib censored still? Yep. To my knowledge, yeah. Also, full transparency, I voted uncommitted in the primary. Good for you. Like, I mean, for goodness sake. Right, again, it's kind of mind-blowing. Right now, the over 15% of the vote is uncommitted. That's crazy. That's a crazy high number. So my hope is that this is going to cause like a scramble, largely because Michigan is a swing state, guys, and like they need that uncommitted vote in the general. So this is definitely going to be something that gets attention, that causes a shift, and I'm really proud of the state of Michigan. Like Michiganders have been killing it. Also, this campaign was started like 5 days ago. Hardly time to run a strong campaign. 15% uncommitted is big for how short notice it was. I mean, see, the thing is, it was officially started 5 days ago, but I think unofficially there was a lot of work going on prior to that to organize people. I think a lot of people were organized around the Gaza genocide and protests around that, and then that is now hooking into this campaign. I think there's a lot of like uncredited work going on there. It's a better use of my vote than voting for Marianne Williamson. I mean, yeah, honestly, yeah. Also, FT Mongoose, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Haven't seen you around in a while. Have a good rest of your night. I mean, I've been streaming every night. Hey, Malcolm. Hope you're doing all right. Thank you for the stream, and also, let's see, shout out at FT Mongoose. There we go. Branded again. I have identity crises regularly. It's all good. You have a good one. Get some good sleep. Hope you had a great stream. Literally the only way to make a primary vote count in a shit show election like this. Honestly, yeah. For sure. I mean, like just even right now, the uncommitted campaign that has been officially only going for like the last week is currently like 2,000 votes away from their goal of 10,000 additional uncommitted votes. I mean, this is pretty amazing. Did you beat me to the shout out? I did, Erica. Sorry. I did the worst crime, informed the voting public. Hey, Amber Brains. Need to sleep off the anesthesia from my procedure. I hope it went really well. Wait, they didn't find any answers for my back pain? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you get some good rest, though. Yeah, no, this is currently like 20% of the votes. It's crazy. One of the big things this does is take a lot of the wind out of APAC sales. Biden pretty much can't win without Michigan. There's no amount of APAC money that can bring back those votes. APAC will almost certainly be petty as shit about it, for sure. But what's kind of great is if the Biden campaign has to, like, kind of correct course and, like, go to war with APAC. You know, like, that would be really interesting. I have no idea how that would go, because frankly, there's no amount of fence sitting that would bring APAC back. You know, APAC back. Try saying that 5 times fast. Yeah, exactly, Paladin. I'm really excited about this result because it has so much implication for Biden's current policy, for his campaign. I'm very excited. So, like, I'm going to, for this stream, just as an FYI, folks, we're gonna be talking about we're gonna be talking about some really horrible things. I want to be upfront about that. But I also want to intersperse the horribleness and the bad stuff with stories about good things, okay? So we could see actual change out of this? Yes. People, like, let me be clear, you're going to see people being furious about this. It would not surprise me if, like, mainstream Democratic politicians came out tomorrow lambasting folks like Rashida Tlaib and, you know, a lot of gnashing of teeth, a lot of wailing in media. But what's going to be interesting is that for all of that performative outrage that's going to happen, the policy and the messaging and I think a lot of it is going to have to change, because they were really, really counting on being able to mobilize Michigan to a much greater degree, frankly. Like, you would play a great Wendy from Gravity Falls. I don't know. I haven't watched Gravity Falls. I'm sorry. People forget the NRA was once a really bipartisan organization with deep ties to the Democratic Party. It would not be surprising to see APAC turn into the same sort of marginalized right-wing super PAC. Yeah. Yeah. This is what Cenk was trying to do? Well, kind of. I don't think that would... Frankly, the issue I have with Cenk is that he attached his name to it, right? Because, I mean, if we look at the results, Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips are also trying to do the same thing Cenk is doing, except Cenk wasn't even able to get on the ballot, you know? Like, frankly, I think Cenk's efforts would have been better spent if he had organized an uncommitted primary campaign, as opposed to posture that he could actually win the presidency and then or get someone other than Joe Biden to enter the race with a real shot. Like, I don't think that there was ever in the trajectory of his plans something that could do this, you know? Hey, little Morphine Nanny. Hey, Snoogan. I think again, I feel like if Cenk had tried to do another Justice Dems type situation around an uncommitted protest vote for the general, not the general, the for the Democratic primary, I think that would have been very successful. Like using the platform to educate folks to vote uncommitted, I think would have been phenomenal. But that isn't the direction that he went, and instead he fundraised like $250,000 from folks and like created a really weird ad that is basically just throwing money into a burning dumpster. Good luck, cute cotton candy cat. All right. I mean, yeah, just oh, 1 second. Sorry about that, folks. Just a potential break-in scare. Had to make sure that the house was all right. Everything's fine, but we're good. Is the perimeter secure? All the doors are locked, and the alarm is on. Just gotta let the adrenaline go back down. Calm down phase? Yeah. Let's just listen to a couple songs and chit chat. How about that? Did you check all the windows? Yep. Hello, Bob Watkins. Whew. Hey, Puss in Boots. There was someone trying to break in. There was like noises coming from outside the house that sounded like a break-in. Hey, Jack. Hey, Salmon Moose. Made some dinner and chillin'. Nice. Ooh, new tattoo? What kind of what's your tattoo, Sweet Myths? It might be a controversial opinion, but there's no way I'm voting for Biden. You're Australian, you silly little Billy. A little Black Widow? Nice. Everything's okay, folks. Well, I'd say that this protest in Michigan is fairly successful, especially considering they've already surpassed their 10,000 goal, and that's with the uncharitable assumption that they were going for 10,000 on top of the usual 20,000 uncommitted voters in Democratic primaries in Michigan. So yeah, I mean, currently they're at 34,000 with 26% of the votes in. This is actually pretty phenomenal. Heard something about a break-in somewhere? Yeah, I had to go and, like, make sure that the house was okay. And now there's one more locked door on my side of the house, and got a knife, just in case. Doing all right. All right. Hey, Smelanie. What is the good news you speak of? Well, basically, the uncommitted vote, protest vote in Michigan, I am pretty sure is going to be quite impactful on the Biden campaign. I think it might has a decent shot of even impacting his policy decisions. It's pretty important, largely because it shows that there is a base that they can't necessarily rely on for the general, which I think is going to force a course correction. So the idea here being that Democrats in establishment politics do not care about people who don't vote for them. But this is Democrats within the Democratic Party, within the Democratic primary, voting against Joe Biden. Typically, what the incumbent president wants to do is shore up dissent, show that they have a unified front, and then they don't have to worry about X or Y state. This is showing that they can't do that. Shai Hulud, it would not surprise me because I think, I mean, I think, frankly, that the Biden administration has been slowly posturing to try and course correct. I think this is going to vastly hasten that course correction. Hey, Dragon Fandango, I'm doing okay. Just had a little bit of a home scare, but we're doing all right. I met with the Missouri ACLU, and it was so impactful. I met some great representatives, and abortion will most definitely be on the Missouri 2024 ballot. We have our first female governor on the Democratic side. That's wonderful. Home scare? Yeah, there was a few alerts about a break-in with the alarm system, but I went and checked it out. Everything seems to be okay, so just gonna put it down to the wind, because it's very windy outside. Gonna put it down to the winter storm. They're gonna try and bullshit around it, saying a lot of these thoughts would have been voted on committed anyway, but people are going to see that number, and it's now 70 or 80K in Freak. I mean, like, the fact that we're at 27% and it's 35,000 uncommitted votes, I mean, there's a decent chance it's going to be at least 70K. All right. So I see this as actually very good news. The uncommitted protest vote within the Democratic primary, I think, is very, very interesting in Michigan. But we are going to move on. We're gonna do. I guess that was a little bit controversial, and I need a palate cleanser myself. So we're gonna palate cleanse with this little thing. I don't know what to make of this, but I think y'all will get a kick out of it.
30 years since its initial unleashing. Doom returns. But this time, in your backyard. Prepare to mow down the legions of hell. Husqvarna. Playable on Husqvarna robotic lawnmowers. Worldwide release April 2024.
Free update available for all Nera models. Yeah, that's right. You can now play Doom on your lawnmower, baby. Good news, everyone! The feature you've all wanted in your robotic lawnmower. Rip, shear, mow, and tear. What a silly thing. Rip and mow until the lawn is done. But you can't play Doom and have it cut your lawn at the same time. Not with that attitude. Honestly, you just need to kick up. You need to up the horsepower a little bit and add like a little riding seat. Finally, for the lawn I don't have. Well, this is the perfect update to the lawnmower. Because now, if you don't have a lawn, you have a reason to buy one. You have a reason to buy one, so you can play Doom. Finally. Is that a joke? Or an outdoor Roomba No, this is real. Husqvarna is an actual like robotic lawnmower. No, it's not a joke. It's real. It's real, chat. Here. Husqvarna.com/doom. One hell of an update makes Doom playable on Husqvarna Automower. Prepare your robotic lawnmower for an adrenaline-fueled experience filled with dark corridors and hellspawn demons. The legendary 1993 video game Doom will be playable on Husqvarna Automower Nera robotic lawnmower models from April this year. In what we call one hell of an update, the software update will be released for download via Husqvarna Automower Connect app. The decision to release the game to product owners follows the amazing response Doom X Husqvarna robotic lawnmowers had at the gaming event DreamHack Winter 2023. Why did they bring a robotic lawnmower to DreamHack is my question. But you know, that's great. I'm here for it. You know, just a fun little thing. Also, I'll be right back. I need to turn down the heat in the basement. Because they got Doom running on it? I mean, I guess that would be the reason, right? Doing the dumpster fire that is Apology 2? Well, see, here's the thing. We've got a lot of news to cover tonight. We're going to cover it. But, chat, I'll make a pact with you, okay? If you guys get to 40 subs tonight, I will go over the apology video by James Somerton, the second apology video he's put out, the prolific and silly and shameless content thief who literally plagiarized like hundreds of YouTube videos from within the queer community. And yeah, I'll give you subs to not. It's bad. I mean, I feel like I kind of have to. Like, it's so like talked about, you know? Can I donate against it? This was bad. You know, that video is so cursed. Okay, you know what? Additionally, if you donate 40 subs, I won't cover the James Somerton apology video, but you have to specify in your dono or sub that you are going against the James Somerton video. Because otherwise I will cover it at some point. I still agree with whomever said he should plagiarize Toxic Gossip Train and then disappear from the internet. That is true. That is true. I agree. All I want is a weekend with the mannequin. I don't think you want a weekend with the mannequin. Do you really want to hurt me? Always. Apology is a strong word for that video. Yeah, I watched the first 2 minutes of the video. And in the first 2 minutes, he literally says, yeah, sure, I did steal all that content, and it was wrong, but that's only because I didn't think anyone would listen to those people, because they were black and queer in ways I wasn't. I don't know if it's new makeup or hairdo, but you look lovely today. Well, couple of things. One, I started drinking like black tea lemonade instead of energy drinks, and that's been helping a lot. And two, I moisturized really well. And three, I may have gotten laid. And four, also, I put new hair product in, and I think it makes my hair look better. So I don't know. It's one of those things, or all of them. Bad news, he doesn't do an apology song, but it's very strange. And yes, we will be doing a Gordo stream to get all of those Gordos and the 2 Hell's Kitchen episodes I owe you guys. It just can't be tonight, because there's too much to cover. Glitchmaster? I didn't see your silly question earlier. Right. Is it hot in here, or is it just you? Oh! I see what you did there. Okay. Now, folks, remember to hit the like button on the YouTube stream, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button over on Twitch, and let's go. We've got some topics to cover here today. First of all, we're going to talk about this guy. This isn't even necessarily like a bad story about like someone doing a bad thing. It's just about the internet being really fucking weird about people enjoying themselves. So chat, I'm going to play this video and I want you all to tell me what you think about it.
Let's make my water of the day. Oh, what flavor am I going to choose today? I am going to go for a Sonic Ocean Water. And then I'm also going to be using one of these blueberry high C packets. These have honestly become one of my favorite packets to use because it tastes like blueberry jello. It just tastes so good. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start with the blueberry. Let's give that a little mixeroonie. I am going to add in my ice. You know, I need a lot. And in addition to ice, I'm going to add in some Dazzle Dust, which is just edible glitter. I haven't added this to one of my water of the days in a long time, and I think the colors are gonna be perfect for it for this one. Look at that, shining, shimmering, splendid. Now I'm gonna take my second water bottle. Oh, I just realized I didn't want to use ocean water today. I actually wanted to use a grape flavor, my bad. We're doing wild purple smash instead. Can't do blue on blue. All right, half a packet is going into this here. Let's give that a shake. Okay, now I'm going to layer the grape right on over my blueberry. I'm gonna pour it slowly over the ice. See if that'll layer. It looking like it is. One of the ice cubes shifted and almost foiled my plan. I'm gonna leave a little bit of room at the top because I want to add some cotton candy skinny syrup. This one also has some edible glitter in it, which is really cool. So I'm going to
I haven't watched this yet.
Right on over the top.
To be clear.
And then we are done. All right, here it is. This is the second galaxy-inspired water that I have made. This one looks pretty darn cool, if I do say so myself. Let's give it a mix so I can taste.
I guess my main question at this point is, how is this galaxy inspired? Like, when I think of colors of the galaxy, I don't think blue, black, and a little bit of pink.
It, and let's see if it tastes as cute as it looks. All right, let's see. Oh, of course. Some of my favorite flavors. You can't go wrong.
Okay. Now, I do want to say a few things first. One, that guy was a little cringe. Two, honestly, healthier than what most Americans drink on a day-to-day basis. Like, that probably had about, like, I don't know, 50 to 70 calories in it. Like, that, it's 50-50 water and cola. No, the high C packets are actually, like, very low calorie. Like, it's not like a sugar packet is the thing. I think a lot of people are watching this and being like, ah, yes, this is, you've just turned that into a soda. And it's, well, not really, you know? I've seen those high C packets at the store, and generally they're like, let me take a look here. Oh my god. I just want to look at the product. Yeah, like, here you go. Here's one of the things he put in there, right? Oh my god, it had 5 calories. I thought it was mostly sugar. No, actually. Surprisingly, it's mostly just like a flavor packet with like a very small amount of calories, you know? So, the thing about this is a lot of people are giving this guy tons of shit. But like what he put into that is probably about, I honestly, like 50 calories might even be like a high estimate, you know? So like, I mean, compare that to like a, I don't know, any drink from Starbucks, you know? So it just seems to me like people are giving this guy so much shit on social media. It's crazy. And you know, I understand he's cringe. I get it. I get that he's cringe. Ah. A third or less of, no, honestly, a similarly sized soda would probably have like 1,000 calories in it. Like maybe like 700, you know? So he's just making his fave drink. I don't mind it. I don't find it that cringe. Well, that's the thing. I find him a bit cringe, you know, in how he's presenting his like his TikTok, but you know, it's not my job to make him less cringe. LB, thank you for the tier 2 sub, and now you may lord over all of the tier 1s in chat with your dark red, strong dark red name. A true warrior. Did I just close that? I think I closed the tab. No, I didn't. Here it is. Aha. But like I just find it interesting, you know? People are just giving him like a lot of shit, and it's like, oh, it's a 5-calorie pack that he's just put in there. That's 5 calories. Most of it is ice. And then there's this stuff, which like probably adds a bit more sugar. It's basically like adding sprinkles to a sundae. Like it's not that much. Like edible glitter, you know. Then you got another low calorie thing, probably about 5 to 10 calories in there. And then you got whatever this stuff is. Cotton candy flavor, but it's like skinny. So I'm gonna guess like maybe another 20. Honestly, I think 50 would be about right, you know? Just drink juice? Yeah, but like the thing is you want to drink a lot more liquid than that to be hydrated. If you're drinking juice, a glass of juice is like 150 calories, 200 calories, you know? If you're drinking a glass of juice this big, that would be like almost like drinking a soda. You know? Oh shit, Paladin. Oh, it's 0 calories. Okay. No, I don't want to open this. Just want to there we go. Yeah, 0 calorie. Okay, yeah, like honestly 50 calories might be overshooting. And I think honestly, like putting this out there and normalizing this like is actually pretty good, you know, because a lot of people in the United States grow up drinking ungodly amounts of sugary beverages. Like drinking like juice or whatever, drinking soda. Like if you've grown up and you're used to drinking like soda a lot or often, this is, I think, a good way to tone that back while still getting a flavor that's not water, you know? Because, like, for some people, water is genuinely difficult to drink on its own, you know? They taught our parents that juice was straight up healthy. Yeah, right? Eating a fruit, straight up healthy. Drinking straight juice, not so much. Water's gross. I mean, I like water. But you know what? It took me a long time to move from kind of like my kid palate of like liking juice and like things that had flavor to appreciating water. It took me a long time, especially as like an autistic person, you know? And then like you get to college and it's like, oh, well, I need caffeine. And like most of the things with caffeine in them have tons of calories. You know, it like the two pair together because sugar and caffeine are very addictive and people, you know, these companies are evil and want you addicted to their drinks, frankly. Yeah, I can't do a drink without flavor. Yeah, exactly. You know, I know that some people like are like, oh fuck that, just drink water. And it's like, yeah, water is great, but you have to like if you're not used to drinking a lot of just straight water, it's hard. Also, folks, if you're struggling to drink a lot of water, I would suggest getting just a giant jug or like a giant cup that you can just like carry around with you wherever you go, giant water bottle, whatever. Having it on hand all the time makes it a much more convenient option than basically anything else. So it's a gateway drug to water. Unironically, yeah. You know, like it's a way to trick yourself into a healthier alternative to hydrate yourself. And then like ideally over time you shift to like just straight up water, but like, you know, if you don't, it's not the end of the world, you know? And it also depends on the this is another thing. It also depends on the availability of water. Like you know, if your tap water is good for you. That is not the case for a lot of people in America, you know? Notice that guy used bottled water in that video. Some people have clean wells. Some people have contaminated wells. You know, some people need to boil their water. Hey, Ivy Nova Red. Even sports drinks have way too much sugar. Mix half water, half sports drink. It's the ideal balance to maximize the hydration effects of the electrolytes. Yeah, I mean, like, in America, they put sugar into everything. Like, fucking everything. Honestly, my recommendation is finding a good, like, tea lemonade drink. Like, an iced tea drink for caffeine is a great way to, like, move away from, like, soda. But also, like, you know, I'm still struggling real hard to get away from soda. So, like, I understand. Need a little flavoring to get me through the day? Hell yeah. I gotta replace Diet Coke with ice water. I've done it, but the effervescence always sucks me back in. Yeah, also, pro tip, okay? Pro tip. If you need bubbles in things, get yourself a soda stream. You know? Get yourself a soda stream. Also, please stop fighting in chat. We'll be talking about it later. You guys, you need to be chill. We're gonna be talking about a lot of hard things tonight. Y'all gotta chill. If you want to continue arguing, you can do it in the Discord. We have a debate channel specifically for this reason. Yeah. Or a sparkle. Okay, my main point isn't to, like, highlight a brand, but there are machines that you can buy to carbonate your beverages. That will just carbonate beverages for you, and that way you get the carbonation feel, but you can add that carbonation to basically anything. And like basically for me, I've been looking at different, like, carbonating machines, specifically because I want to carbonate my, like, iced tea beverages, because that's, like, the one thing I miss about, like, soda, essentially. I'll throw a couple drops of cherry flavoring into a zero sugar cola. Also a great example. Carbonated milk? No, thank you. I'm good. Fizzy pilk. God. SodaStream is an Israeli company, though. I need to emphasize that, one, I am generally extremely skeptical about boycotts. And two, I was not bringing up SodaStream to be like, ah, yes, buy SodaStream now to endorse the Gaza genocide. Like, for fuck's sake, guys. Can you not jump down my throat over that? Is this really where we're at? Is this really where we're at? Like, we have a lot of shit to talk about tonight. Are you gonna lose your shit over like me mentioning SodaStream? I don't think anyone meant to. That's possible. But given how, like, strong the virtue signaling is around this, it's very irritating to me. Like, I have covered the Gaza genocide for literally months now. You all know my position on it. You all know I'm not trying to, like, support the genocide, obviously. It's just very frustrating. It's all good, Esben. I want to be clear where I'm coming from, because I can feel it in my bones. I can feel in my bones that there are going to be people who take this stream the wrong way. And it irritates me already. My third eye is open. I can see the future. It's already irritating me. All right. If the discourse gets weird, I'm gonna jump. That is entirely fair. Like, my God, we're gonna be chat for the love of God. I'm just gonna throw this up on screen real quick. I'm gonna throw it up on screen real quick here. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Boom. Okay. Now I'm going to zoom in on this. All right. We're gonna zoom in. Boop, boop. And then we're going to blow this up. We're gonna take in the left. Oh, we're gonna take it there we go. There we go. We're taking the right a little bit. Okay, cool. We're gonna zoom in. All right. This is the topic of today's show. Okay. Literally, we're gonna be talking about Israel, like, non-fucking stop on today's stream. You guys know where I am on this. I just, let's not be like this today. It's a porn stream now? Yeah. I just wanted to talk about how, like, this guy is not the worst human being ever, and yet, like, this video has 1.9 million views, and it's just people, like, shitting on him nonstop. And it's just like, yeah, he's got some makeup on his face, and he's drinking water in a way you wouldn't conventionally drink water, but you know what? I think that's fine. I think he's cool, and we should be nice to him. That was my main point here with the segment. So let's all chill the fuck out, because, like, we're gonna get to a point in today's stream where we talk about a guy who set himself on fire. All right. If you guys can't handle me talking about, like, a silly guy making flavored water in a healthy way, like, I am terrified of how poorly the, like, more serious discussion is going to go. Man just wanted to share his favorite drink. And you know what? Man didn't just want to share his favorite... Man didn't just want to share his favorite drink, right? Like, he wanted to just show, like, wow, look at all these products. Look at all these ways you can make your like, unhealthy drinks much healthier. Look at that. He's got a full, like, rotating selection here. Which, like, as an autist, like, I you know, I pick one thing and I like it a lot. I can't even fathom having this many options, but, you know, whatever. I think that's cool. And then he shows you how to make it. It's literally like, hey, you want a healthier alternative to what you're drinking right now? I think that's great. I think that's wonderful. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Ran the Fool. Like, I think the worst criticism you can leverage is that this is cringe. But I think that this is incredibly wholesome. I think he's trying to do a good thing here, and I'm here for it. He might be cringe, but he's free. There we go. All right. We're going to start with maybe the most baffling video of the day. That's cringe. Dude literally has like hundreds of thousands of people dunking on him as we speak. For that video. Like, my God, I don't think he deserves it. That's my I guess my main point there. All right. Folks, this is a weird one. I don't honestly know what to expect going into it. To give you guys a bit of background, I guess Kid Rock went on the Joe Rogan podcast and said something along the lines of like, he'd be fine with killing like 30 to 40,000 civilians every day until they get the hostages back. And Joe Rogan, actually pushed back on that. So it became kind of a debate between Joe Rogan and Kid Rock on Israel and Gaza. And guys, it's about to get a lot weirder. The conservative twins here put out a video called Joe Rogan Goes After Kid Rock, Pushing for War Crimes in Debate. And I am honestly shocked that they're saying... My interpretation of this headline, right, or this title on the video, is essentially that these conservative chuckle nuts are saying that Kid Rock is pushing for war crimes, which is honestly clearing the lowest possible bar. I've never seen a conservative talking head channel with people this dumb somehow tripping into a correct position. And I'm fascinated by this, and I want to know exactly how they arrive there. Are those the Hodge twins? Yes, this is the Hodge twins. The Hodge twins, guys. They've literally done videos where they've talked about like, oh man, those ladies dressing like that are asking to be raped. Like, they're terrible people. So I'm very fascinated by this, and I want to explore it. So we're about to watch this video. Brace yourselves.
Got any show for y'all? Got a damn good show. So, damn good show. So Kid Rock, he's on the Joe Rogan.
Oh.
Was gonna spread it out a bit, but you deserve it. Also, I got my direct deposit working again. Laughing face.
OS Crane, thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Also, text-to-speech. Why you call :D a laughing face? I just feel like it's a joyous face. It's not really a laughing face. But thank you so goddamn much, OS Crane. The BWA energy is strong with this one.
So, and they was drinking Bud Light, and it was being all it was being gay. Oh, they was just drinking Bud Light.
I don't understand the whole.
See, they're not good people, chat. They're not good people.
Why would you drink Bud Light? Do you forget what they did? Well, he said he's over it now, and he said it's childish for you to.
No, I'm not. I'm not childish.
Yeah.
You don't lay in bed with the devil, man. The devil and showed his horns. He pulled out his pitchfork.
His pitchfork.
His pitchfork. He showed you what he's about, right? And you said, "Okay, devil, it's okay, it's fine." That's what you did.
All right, so
You don't.
He's talking about transgender people, by the way. Like, he's talking about transgender people. Like, these guys are legitimately awful It's been over a year, and they can't let go of the fact that Bud Light advertised for 40 seconds with a trans lady. They didn't even pay her. They just sent her a can with her face on it.
In bed with the devil.
Yeah.
You don't lay down with dogs, you get fleas. Right?
Yeah.
Although I do find it very interesting that and this is a recurring thing with the Hodge twins, is that they will, I know the language he's using is terrible, but there's a recurring theme when they talk about trans people, and it just makes it really seem to me like they want to have sex with a trans woman. Like, unprompted here, he's talking about, you know, laying with the devil. You know, you don't lay with dogs. Like, the language is dehumanizing for sure, but this is the way conservative men who slip into trans women's DMs talk, okay? This is the way I have seen this countless times on social media.
You don't lay down with dogs. Hey, so there was talk about Israel and the Hamas conflict, and Kid Rock sounds like a damn terrorist.
They're right.
You did? You know?
He sounds like a damn terrorist.
Well, it's probably that damn Bud Light talking.
He was drinking that damn tranny piss money.
Yeah.
Hey, but this is what he had to say on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan shut him down.
I have had conservative politicians slide into my DMs that talk like this. It was way before I was a streamer, but like, and when I was doing less stand-up content and more laying down content, if you know what I mean. But this is 100% how they talk.
And Joe Rogan's like, what?
The wars we won were fucking ones we were the most brutal motherfuckers on the planet. Which I don't disagree with what Israel's doing. It's like, they should just go in there and be like, you know what? We want our hostages back. If we don't have them back, clock starts now, and in 24 hours, we're going to start bombing motherfuckers and killing fucking civilians, 30, 40,000 a time. So you civilians better pack up. And
you can tell Kid Rock hasn't been paying attention to this conflict because that's basically what they've been doing already.
Get these fucking mother and you go against Hamas. You fucking go against them. We're not playing fucking games with you. But that's the only thing people understand. This is what happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Boom. It's wiped out. They're like, oh, yes, we don't have Supreme Leader anymore. We did not know you had such big bombs.
Yeah, but everybody has big bombs now. The problem
They literally still have an emperor.
is you use a big bomb, you set a precedent that they can use a big bomb. Yeah, but if you think about you're a kid and you don't know why there's a conflict between Palestine and Israel,
It's
and you're
fucking
living in
war.
Palestine, and then they start bombing,
It's
and then
war.
they kill your mom.
It's
Yeah, but you didn't
fucking
do,
war.
but you didn't do anything.
No, I'm sorry, man. This is fucking war. It's terrible. It's the worst thing on earth. I'm a peaceful man.
Right, but you're not.
I'm a peaceful man advocating for murdering tens of thousands of civilians.
supposed to pick civilian targets. That's actually a
You
war
can't
crime.
fight war like that. When
But you're not supposed
they're
to pick
hiding in civilian targets.
They are. So that's where, like, the
They're
Mossad
in
have been able
hospitals.
to
They
get
got
into
trenches
hospitals.
fucking underneath. They got operation centers.
They killed those good
And all we
dudes
can
the
do is
other
go
day.
by the reporting. Like, you know, I get it, but at some point you got to believe something, right?
No, I definitely do. They definitely seem to be doing that. But also, if you're a person who's born in Palestine, you're under their control. It's not
Yeah.
your fault. And
By birth.
Yeah, but those aren't our enemy.
Joe Rogan is a dumb man, but it's nice to see that he's on the right side on this one. And amazingly, I feel like the Hodge twins might actually come out on the correct side of this, which is I don't think I've ever said that before in my life. Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for subscribing.
Reverb 8 Peppa Hands.
Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. And thank you for being with me for 30 months on Twitch. That's incredible.
So you got the same mindset as those freaking psychopaths that flew the plane into the Twin Towers on 9/11. You got the same mindset. That's what they were thinking. Yeah. Because you know America, you see what they do to President Trump. Can you imagine what these people are doing to other countries? That's why they flew those planes in. It's not because they're just horrible people. It's because USA has done horrible things to them, and that's how they retaliated. Yeah. So you have the same mindset as them. Yeah. Like that U.S. dollar, man, that oppresses a lot of countries. I mean, the U.S. dollar? Yeah. I mean, we do a lot of negative stuff around the world. A lot of negative stuff. You're like, well,
I can't tell if they're doing a bit, guys. I can't tell if they're doing a bit right now. I feel like they've accidentally woked themselves. This is not only have they accidentally woked themselves, they've done it on like in this short amount of time, they've done it on multiple issues. It's like, yeah, the United States was oppressing the Middle East and overthrowing governments over there, and it's not like 9/11 happened out of nowhere. And the US dollar does oppress a lot of foreign markets. We do a lot of negative stuff around the world. Like I've never seen this level of awareness from them, and I'm just waiting for this to be a bit. I'm waiting for this to be a bit. Also, Migs, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. I appreciate it so incredibly much.
Well, Obama, like when he was in office, he was like, African countries, there's like, no, you can't get married. They was trying to like, no, you're not bringing all this gay stuff over here, right? And President Obama, he was like, we're gonna put sanctions on your country. Yeah. If you don't start letting gay people get married and this and that. Yeah. U.S. dollar oppresses a lot of countries. Either do what I say or we're going to sanction you. Yeah. That's what it boils down to. Yeah, but that's crazy. I mean, I understand they use people as human shields, but you said you just start bombing, killing 30,000 by the day. Yeah. That's not more bombs and more killing. That's not the answer. You need to find out a common solution. Why are these people so upset with each other? Hey, you can't fix that. Yeah, you can. No, you can't. You cannot fix that.
I don't think it's a bit, guys. I don't think this is a bit. Yeah, no. The sanctions Obama put in place were not just for not allowing gay marriage. Obama, let's not forget, Obama also didn't do much for gay marriage. Okay, that was the Supreme Court.
How you gonna fix it? I'll tell you how you fix it. Now, the Palestinians, the original Palestinians that was displaced from the European occupation of the European Jews, this is what we do. We take all the European Jews, kick them out of Israel, give it back to Palestinians. All the European Jews, we send them to Alabama and call it Israel. And then we put the original Palestine, the ancestor, call it Palestine. Well, that was Jews. Problem solved. Alabama becomes Israel. Home of the Jews. Jew land. But see, Jews ain't going for that. That's holy land. They want that land. Alabama's holy land.
I'm struggling here to figure out if they're being serious. The tone of this is wild to me. Because they're not, like, they look dead in the camera and rattle off like 5 different woke talking points. And none of them have been bits yet, except for moving Israel to Alabama, which, yeah, that's a bit. But,
Alabama's God's country. You seeing how pretty Alabama is. Yeah, them Jews ain't going for that. You see what they do? Well, I think that would fix it. That would fix it. They ain't going for that. Like I said, they created a problem. Yeah. The British, when they United States, Europe, when they established that Palestine was going to be called Israel and it was going to be land of the Jews. Yeah. That once you did that, you can't fix that. War's not going to fix it.
Yeah.
This has been going on for like what 70 years, and you think this is a political problem? War cannot fix this problem.
Yes,
it only makes it worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Eventually.
I'm waiting for the psych, and it's not coming yet. This is, welcome to the leftist resistance, Hodge twins.
So what's going on in Israel? It ain't gonna be climate change. It's gonna be what's going on in Israel. That's what's gonna kill everybody.
You know what scares me to death?
Especially if Kid Rock become president.
I'm glad he's not my president. Hey, you know what scares me the most? Israel's got nukes.
Yeah, gave Jews some nukes. That's a great idea.
I mean, I feel like the general bent of this segment is probably going towards like possible like JQing. I mean, Israel having nuclear weapons is a genuine concern. I'm wondering if it's going towards like a JQ thing. Because I feel like there's a lot of conflation here between Jews and Israel is not all Jews, clearly. So like saying, yeah, we gave Jews some nukes seems not great. But I want to know where this goes. We're now sliding a bit towards anti-Semitism, but I don't know if we've gotten there yet. I mean, these people are not careful with their language, we'll say, as you've heard already.
It's like giving Zelensky nukes. You just asking for it.
That's like giving. Like giving Iran nukes.
Yeah. Look what Kid Rock brought up an interesting historical fact about what we did to Hiroshima and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did that. That's a war crime what we did. What Israel's doing to
Chat, I have never heard a conservative call the dropping of atomic bombs on Japan a war crime. I've never heard that happen. Not once. They're literally sitting in front of an American flag.
Hiroshima and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We did that. That's a war crime.
Let me guess, they started off the video by saying the N-word? No, they started off the video by using the T-slur. Like they're not good people. But also like I'm very befuddled by this level of wokeness from the Hodge twins. Very knifey doc, thank you for gifting Mix Rossetti a sub.
We did. What Israel's doing?
Because like there's a laugh here, but this guy's not laughing. He meant that.
To the people in West Bank, Gaza, I see that as war crime because you're.
Well, they say over 30,000 Palestinians have died since the conflict started.
You just can't call that war. That's not war. That's a war crime, and we're not immune from that, and Israel's not immune for it. But everybody likes to. I'm fighting a losing battle. But
did we all collectively just like get struck by a rock? Like our heads we're all collectively concussed right now? I know Nazis like to LARP as pro-Palestine, but they're not gonna say like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were war crimes. They're like MAGA fascists aren't going to admit that the United States did a war crimes on Japan, you know, in terms of dropping the nuclear weapons. They're not going to say that, like, frankly, I don't understand this.
But that's how you fix the thing that's going on in Israel. Either send them to Alabama or send them to Alaska. You send them to Alaska. That's God's country, too.
You can send them to Sweden. There's a bunch of white people up there.
Yeah, they're fitting good in Sweden.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all went to a. I still don't understand. I say this all the time. Why did you take a bunch of white European Jews and stick them in sand country? What?
Anti-Semitism, literally anti-Semitism. It was like the people pushing for this in Europe were anti-Semitic. Europe is virulently anti-Semitic. That they wanted to send them literally anywhere outside of Europe.
But there's no other white people, and you're surrounded. That was such a bad idea. Y'all got a dome over Israel because all the sand people was trying to kill y'all. Whose idea was that?
White people, you know whose idea was? White people. Y'all should have sat down with some brown people.
Yeah. Also, not all Jews are white. There are significant non-white Jewish populations, obviously. Yeah. Look, we're in the racism. Okay, like they are very racist. It would not surprise me if they're also incredibly anti-Semitic.
I'm not denying that Jews lived in that area, but it was a mix of Jews, Arabs. It was all types of people.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Jewish. But now that land belongs nothing
That is true.
but to the Jews. That's why it's a conflict.
Let me say this.
And the Jewish people there in Israel, formerly known as Palestine, they get billions of dollars in aid. The original Palestinians never got that aid. They got displaced and kicked out.
Well, Kid Rock made a point. He said, y'all need to start fighting Hamas.
Yeah.
The people, shut up, let me finish. Right? Look at all the billions of dollars USA gives Israel. They have not been able to demolish and get rid of Hamas. But
No, this show is chat. This show is literally called Conservative Twins. So I'm shocked to be seeing any of this from them.
Want the Palestinian people with no financial aid from anybody, with no army, to destroy Hamas.
Yeah.
Frankly, the fact that like we haven't hit like high key like JQing is actually insane. Like we've had some like small gesturing in that direction, but like in a way that might be brushed off as like ignorance on their part, because they are very ignorant when it comes to so many issues. I've covered them in videos in the past. They are not up on they have not brushed up on their knowledge base when it comes to the issues they talk about.
You needs to stop drinking that trainee piss.
Hey, they getting billions of dollars in aid.
Point in fact.
Why don't they share some of that money? Don't some of that money supposed to be going to the Palestinians?
No, it's getting shared equally.
I don't believe that shit.
I'm just repeating what conservatives say. It's a damn good show. Damn good show. Damn good show. Hey, got a new giveaway
We
going.
pissed off a lot of Jews. We pissed off a lot of conservatives. These damn conservatives, they're a bunch of Jew lovers.
Okay, yeah, all right. The anti-Semitism. All right, okay. I feel like we've arrived at kind of like the core. Okay, that a lot of this makes sense. Like they're correct on a number of issues, but they're correct because they're anti-Semites. They're correct because they are pursuing like this agenda of anti-Semitism, not because they actually have like an ideology. Yeah, this is finally we've hit the other shoe dropping here. It was going so well. How did it go so wrong so fast? They are who they are. That's how it went wrong so fast. Okay. Like they're transphobic, they're homophobic, they are anti-Semitic, they're racist. Like they're bad people, chat. But in the middle there, yeah, the other boot started goose stepping. But for a while there was like a shocking amount of acknowledgement of like American complicity in like propping up the war crimes and like genocidal nature of Israel. And unfortunately, like the only reason they arrived at those conclusions was to like bolster their anti-Semitic dogma, Yeah, the broken clock of anti-Semitism was correct a couple times there. Walking towards the point and then sprinting past it to embrace bigotry, baby. Yep. My God. Are we watching Baby Hugh's first leftism? Nah. nah. It'd be great if we were. Hey, Doodleburb. Yeah, I am shocked at like the I don't know, 8-minute long stretch where like they paused being homophobic and transphobic and like instead were just racist towards people in the Middle East and surprisingly critical of the United States government and war crimes. You know, that was actually shocking to me. Hey, Doodleburb.
No, I'm like, I don't subscribe to any one line of thought. If I subscribe to one line of thought,
You how can you say that on a show called Conservative Twins? You literally the name of the show subscribes to a line of thought. What are you talking about, guy?
I would be a Democrat.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. I'm trying to protect another group of Semitic people. Jewish people are not. They think that the term Semitic only belongs to them. It belongs to everybody in the Middle East. Palestinians are also Semitic people. So when I speak down to what Israel's doing, that doesn't make me anti-Semitic because I'm just trying to protect one Semitic group of people.
Man, my God, dude, you could instead just phrase this or like, I guess acknowledge the nuanced position here that Jewish people and Israel are not one and the same. They are not the same thing at all. Israel is a state, Jewish people are people, you know, obviously.
From another Semitic group
You
of people.
forget it. You see, you are anti-Semitic.
How?
Because what conservatives is right on it. The only Semitic people is the Jews. And you know that? You're supposed to be conservative.
I am conservative.
Jesus. Why would you do
Got a
that?
new giveaway going. Giving away a Ford F-250 and $10,000 in cash. The end of the win. Go to officialhawktwins.com. Anything you buy from the site, you automatically enter the win.
Please don't unsubscribe.
That was shocking. That was shocking. Yeah, no, we were never going to get a nuanced position, but honestly, I wanted to know how they had an accurate title on their video. Hire audio engineers? I would if I could. The amount of brain rot they're dealing with. I don't think they deal with brain rot. I think they deal brain rot. They're brain rot dealers. That is their job professionally. I mean, with them, that was unbalanced as fuck. True. And honestly, they have 2.7 million subscribers. They have no excuse. No excuse. Yeah, that was wild. Like, anti-Semites and folks who are gonna like JQ, they are generally not going to acknowledge that the United States is complicit with war crimes of any kind, let alone Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they're also not going to call generally like the US dollar like complicit with the oppression of other countries. It was insane to hear them say that. They're also very boring and uncharismatic. I mean, yeah. And also, it's just, you know, I go into their videos expecting the transphobia and the homophobia, so it's not shocking when it happens. But I just wasn't expecting the condemnation of Kid Rock, of like, so much of that. Nazis think anything Allies did was a war crime. I mean, yes, but generally they'll think of what the Allies did to Germany as war crimes. They don't generally lump in Japan. Generally, they probably did that money thing to go international bankers. My rear end, I didn't make that connection, but that is probably how they landed on that point. Like that is the red string connecting the 2 points. Yep, I think you're 100% correct on that one. I've just usually when Fash like do that, usually when Fash are JQing, they're a little bit more coy about it, like tee-hee, we know what we're doing. I didn't get that impression from them, you know? Which is shocking. So I don't know. I do think that they are awful in a myriad of ways. And yeah, they're terrible and should stop doing what they're doing and like retire with their Ford F-250 and just leave the discourse alone. They're too dumb for that. They might just be that stupid. Yeah. They used to be more mask on. This is more of a mask off moment. I mean, they've never really been that good at keeping the mask on. You know, like we covered an episode where they like found out where like what furries are and like fantasized about like kidnapping like a trans person and like sexually assaulting them. Like they just said that on their show. Like they're not good at keeping their masks on, folks. They're bad people. I was just very confused how they were going to get from point A to point B on this one. And we found out. And they are allowed on YouTube? Yep. Slurs and all, baby. Okay, to wash the taste of that horrible, horrible thing out of our mouths. How many of you are familiar with Ted Lasso? Ted Lasso. There's an actress on that show named Hannah Waddingham. I don't know how to say her last name. And it's really adorable. To a red carpet event, she brought a very unique handbag and talked about it in an interview, and I think it's one of the best things I've ever seen in my life.
My daughter has contributed my evening bag for the night because the evening's going to be epic. Yeah, I mean, look at it. You watch. That's going to be, you know, in manufacture somewhere.
How old is your daughter? And honestly, how did she make this?
She's 9 years old, and there was a spare bit of cardboard in the house. Look at the rainbow detail. Look, it's a One Love evening bag.
Did she know what dress you were wearing to coordinate?
No, so she kind of hazarded a guess and put all the colours so it would go with everything. It's a, do you know what she called it? Mommy, it's like you say, it goes with everything and nothing bag.
Wait, how stable is this bag, though? I have to ask.
Unstable like its mother. Yeah. But look, it holds more than your average bag. Isn't it gorgeous?
Just you know, she's a mom who loves her kiddo, and that's really precious and wonderful. She does seem like a nice mom. Temu's gonna rip that shit off. Not only loves, but is proud. Yeah, like goes up straight up to like a member of the press and is just like, look at how amazing this bag is. I love that. I love that. All right. Now, folks, how y'all doing? We're about to talk about Norfolk Southern and the Norfolk Southern rail disaster. Just as an FYI. Also, folks, can we get a mod in Twitch chat? Looks like we have some ne'er-do-wells over there. Norfolk Southern, another one. Oh God. There we go. Thank you, Erica. I'm back in chat. Taking a break in another stream. Nice. Twitch chat, trash chat. Yeah, we've been... Honestly, like, YouTube chat is by far the superior chat. Twitch chat has been, pretty gross lately, actually. Just, keep an eye on the Twitch chat, please. And, let's see here. But get point go up. Jesus Christ. Is gutter chat misbehaving? Yeah, it looks like we got some live ones over there. Trying to figure out how to spam through Nightbot. Anyway, folks, time to talk about Norfolk Southern. As many of you might remember, Norfolk Southern is the company behind the train derailment that poisoned East Palestine and caused a colossal fire, is likely going to contribute to hundreds, if not thousands, of people getting deadly levels of sick and injured as a result. And, well, that happened last year. The CEO got a 37% raise. The CEO got a 37% raise. Now, I need you all to understand that he got this raise despite the fact that the Norfolk Southern train derailment disaster poisoned an entire town and put the company on the hook for over $1 billion in damages. Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw received a 37% increase in compensation last year, even after the company's railroad was involved in a financially and ecologically disastrous derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Yeah. Shaw received $13.4 million in total compensation in 2023, up from $9.8 million in 2022. His base salary rose $200,000 to over $1 million at $1.1 million, and his stock and option awards rose $2.2 million to $10 million. Last year was Shaw's first full year as CEO after starting on May 1st, 2022, so part of the increase in compensation can be attributed to having worked more months on the job last year than the year earlier, but he was president of the company in the first 4 months of 2022, and his promotion to the role in late 2021 had already resulted in his compensation more than doubling in 2022 compared to 2021. Yeah. Failing upwards is the term that comes to mind. Yeah, the disaster cost the railroad $1.1 billion, according to its most recent estimate. The company's overall net income fell 44% last year to $1.8 billion, and shares of Norfolk Southern fell 22% in the 2 months following the incident. But the stock has since recovered most of its value, and its current share price is slightly above its pre-derailment level. So, you know, in case you guys need to know how, like, investing works, basically, you need to be evil. Basically, for a lot of it, like, if you are an actual good investor, you need to be kind of evil, right? Can we get a recap on how big that explosion was? I mean, the explosion was actually not the worst part. The worst part was the fact that they literally left all these poisonous chemicals in the accident site that leach into the ground and the groundwater and are deadly and cancerous. And there's no way to really undo that. So they've actually had to implement in East Palestine, Ohio, a policy and a program of resettlement for people in the town that were close enough to the derailment. The environmental damage is like incalculable. So yeah, but basically after a disaster like this, there's a decent chance, if it's like a company that's considered too big to fail, like if the stock price drops, it's going to go right back up again in like pretty short order. So yeah, if you want to be like the evil, like an evil profiteer, that's one way you can make money, I guess. Goodness. Yeah, the drinking water is likely contaminated beyond all belief. Hey, Cyborg Cat, how you doing? But yeah, also the resettlement plan that I mentioned right there ended on February 9th. So if you didn't get a resettlement package from Norfolk Southern by February 9th, you're out of luck. And if you were trying to get a resettlement or some kind of like compensation from the company for the disaster, basically the people who've been going through it describe the process as incredibly arbitrary and full of bureaucratic roadblocks. Because again, the company's not interested in actually paying out any kind of money or resettling anybody. Their interest is in conserving their own resources as much as possible. And, they just need to make token gestures to get enough people off their backs that they can move forward without this coming up again and again and again, And yeah, they're just going to continue lobbying for less and less safety on trains. As far as where things stand with East Palestine, Ohio today, a year after Ohio train derailment, families have nowhere safe to go. Norfolk Southern cut off relocation aid to families struggling with neurological issues and medical bills as a result. For her son's 7th birthday, the first one after he witnessed a Norfolk Southern train going up in flames, Ashley McCullum decided to take her family to the water park. They'd been staying in a hotel 10 miles away from their East Palestine house ever since they were evacuated last February. Going to the water park, however, meant they'd have to leave their 2 dogs in the empty house. When they returned from their trip, less than 24 hours later, the dogs were vomiting and had diarrhea. Their symptoms persisted for 3 days. She wasn't surprised. The few times she did enter her house after the derailment, McCullum's teeth would hurt and she'd wake up with debilitating cramps in her legs the next day, to the point where my toes would spread apart and you could see the tendons in my legs rise up. This is a year later. A year later, spending a day in her own house would leave her pets with vomiting and diarrhea. And she herself would be feeling aches and pains all over. Like the damage done to East Palestine, Ohio is incalculable. And this article, by the way, came out on February 3rd. Ohio officials announced it was safe for residents like McCullum to return to East Palestine 5 days after February 3rd, 2023 derailment of the Norfolk Southern train and subsequent release of hazardous chemicals. But 5 families who spoke to the Inquirer just before the 1-year anniversary say they're still dealing with health problems, because of course they are. Of course, the company's done almost nothing to actually fix this. There are no scientific studies yet that prove long-term health effects of chemical exposure from the derailment. I mean, yeah, there are no long-term studies on the long-term health effects because it's only been 1 year. But relocated families are still experiencing symptoms and foot many of their medical bills without help from the railroad or the government. They don't consider their East Palestine homes to be safe, and they're worried that moving back will worsen their symptoms, because of course it will. They're poisoned irrevocably, and that's kind of the problem here. Like, they own the property, but no one wants to buy a house that is covered in poison and makes people sick and die if they live in it. My God. Are the people there able to do some kind of class action lawsuit? I think there was some kind of colossal bullshit related to class action stuff. Yeah, basically, oh, God damn it. Basically, Norfolk Southern argues, oh my God, I hate this. I hate this so much. Argues that they can't do a class action lawsuit because of U.S. law. They asked a U.S. judge to toss a proposed class action lawsuit it is facing over a February train derailment. The railroad company told a federal court in Youngstown, Ohio, that the consolidated complaint filed last month on behalf of roughly 500,000 area residents, businesses, and property owners relies on vague and conclusory allegations that it acted improperly, leading to the crash. The company said it is required as a common carrier under U.S. law to transport hazardous materials like those spilled and caught fire, including vinyl chloride. It said the plaintiff's negligence, nuisance, and strict liability claims are preempted by federal laws like the Hazardous Materials Transportation Act and the Federal Railroad Safety Act. Those laws expansively regulate railroad operations and bar those sorts of claims based in state law, Norfolk said. Yeah. So basically they're saying, well, there are laws that protect us, so you can't sue us for poisoning all y'all. Yeah. The CEO should be forced to clean up East Palestine himself. Well, you know, he's not going to do that. Yeah, also, like, the government of Ohio doesn't want to actually recognize that this is happening because it would make them look really, really bad and incompetent, considering they gave the order to burn the hazardous chemicals that then polluted everyone. It's wild. Let's continue going through this. McCollum stopped going back to her East Palestine home when her doctor advised against it. Her boyfriend went back for her, sometimes to feed the family's lizard or to retrieve the mail. Entering the house made his tongue and lips go numb. He said he would go back to the hotel and pass blood. Like, even now to this day, she said, I feel like we don't have a home because when I go there, I get sick. Yeah, you don't have a home. You can't live there. It's literally making blood leak out of your orifices. Does this mention the class action? I don't know what happened with that. Oh, wait. Ferguson went to the Cleveland Clinic to get a urine test in April. She tested positive for vinyl chloride, the Class A carcinogen released during the vent and burn that followed the derailment. Because, yeah, you burned the chemical that, like, is so incredibly deadly to inhale that it was used during World War I as a chemical weapon. Just, man, dude. Yeah, this one, lawsuit? Nope, no lawsuit in here. Damn. I'm guessing that the class action lawsuit still continued to go forward, but oh, no. Okay. So basically, the class action lawsuit, I believe, did go forward. Or at least one of them did. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, this class action lawsuit, I believe... Oh man, this website is incomprehensible. Here we go. Damages sought. I'm getting like different numbers from some of these. Yeah, like one of the class action lawsuits is for $500 million. I just, I don't know that any of this will be enough to actually solve the problem, It's still going on. Thank you, Paladin. I'm not good at looking through court cases. Okay, so I'm guessing that it was not like the motion to dismiss did not go through. So good. Yeah, this class action was filed February 7th, literally like a couple days after. Good. It's not up to date, but like the last action was filed on February 7th of last year. So, or wait, sorry, not February 7th of last year. April 6th of last year? Yeah. I wish there was more reporting on this class action lawsuit. I feel like it's really important. But be that as it is, yeah. This should be remembered the same way as Chernobyl. It really should be. And I think everyone involved at the company should be prosecuted, like, for crimes. Like, absolutely. Like, absolutely. Their company profited off of poisoning thousands of people. They obliterated a town off the map. For all intents and purposes. It won't be remembered at all. I mean, I'll remember it. I remembered it today. We're remembering it right now. They definitely need Part of the problem, Snoogan, is that like the things that I would allege are criminal would be things that they lobbied to make legal, Like the company lobbied for decades against like safety regulations, that could have possibly prevented something like this. And so, like, part of it is, like, they've made it unsafe, but they've made it unsafe in a legal way. In, like, a just world, they would be prosecuted for crimes against society. Along with the people who removed those regulations. Yeah. Go to status coup. I don't like Jordan Sheridan. I'm sorry. I think like it's great the focus that they've done on like on East Palestine for sure, but for a variety of reasons I don't like him. All right. So, I know that was a tough story. I know that was a tough story that was very rage-inducing. So, I'm gonna maintain my promise to you guys. I'm cutting it with some good news, okay? Some good news. All right? But first we're gonna check in with how the vote is coming along in the Democratic primary in Michigan. And with 50% of the vote in, Uncommitted has 62,000 votes. Again, as a point of comparison, that's 3 times more than usually vote Uncommitted in a Democratic primary. So this is I would say at a level that is going to get significant amounts of attention. Even if it just stayed where it is. But we have 50% more of the vote to go. It could easily wind up being significantly larger. The percentage went down from 15%. Well, yeah, because there are more votes being cast in the election for Biden. You know, obviously. But 60,000 is still multiple times more than would usually vote for an Uncommitted. So I think this is good news for the protest. But like this protest vote was never about not getting Biden through the Democratic primary. Like that's not what it was about. Poor Dean Phillips, only 900 votes behind Marianne Williamson. So I think this is great news, but let's get to the other interesting and great news of the day. Guys, $1 billion donation will provide free tuition at a Bronx medical school. The Albert Einstein College of Medicine now has free tuition for all students indefinitely. Indefinitely. Yeah, no, Lanzetta, it's a huge accomplishment. But, like, this is amazing. Ruth Gottesman, a longtime professor at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, is making free tuition available for all students going forward. So, basically, this lady donated $1 billion to the school to make it free for everybody. You can now go and study at this school if you get into it and just be a doctor without any medical debt whatsoever. So $1 billion just makes it free forever. I mean, basically, I think we forget, because we talk about, like, U.S. budget all the time, how big $1 billion is. You know? Like, there was a news story just recently about how the wealthiest people in America skip out on paying over $150 billion every year in taxes to the IRS. With $150 billion, we could use, like, 58 billion of that and just make all college everywhere free forever. We could use $58 billion. We could do this in every college in America. You know? Like, just off of the money, like a fraction of the money that billionaires skip paying from taxes they already owe. Where did she get $1 billion? Good question. The 93-year-old widow of a Wall Street financier has donated $1 billion to a Bronx medical school. Yeah, so she, like, her husband made a ton of money off of Wall Street and then died, and then she decided to donate $1 billion of his money to this college. So as far as like coming across your like $1 billion, I think your husband dying and leaving it to you is probably about the most ethical way. Like, it's not, like a death in the family and it gets passed on to you, I think is about the most ethical way you can acquire that much wealth. And as far as like what she did with her time, she was a professor at the university for decades, and she studied learning disabilities and ran literacy programs and developed screening tests for learning disabilities. So, like, as far as like someone who's like a really good person, like that's probably pretty good, like this donation, by the way, is one of, if not the largest charitable donation to an education institution in the United States in history. Oh, okay. Her husband was David Gottsman, who was a protege of Warren Buffett and made an early investment into Berkshire Hathaway, the conglomerate Mr. Buffett built. So basically, dude lucked into just unfathomable amounts of wealth. How old is she? She's 93, If she did literacy programs, she was doing literacy programs so black people could be able to vote? Probably, yeah. And yeah, in case any of you are unfamiliar with the Bronx, the Bronx is the poorest location in New York City. So, like, the fact that they now have a university that's just free to go to is incredible. Also, she initially wanted to make this donation anonymous. She didn't want her name attached to it. Dr. Gottsman said her donation would enable new doctors to begin their careers without medical school debt, which often exceeds $200,000. I think this is great. I wouldn't want credit either. Apparently, like, she had to be, like, convinced to allow her name to be known, but a stipulation of the donation was that the medical school could not change its name to honor her. So it's still called Albert Einstein School of Medicine, which I think is pretty great. The fact that she wanted it to be anonymous kind of seals it, right? Yeah, I like so much about this story, and like it includes I'm not gonna like read you guys the article verbatim, obviously, but like the story about this like involves her befriending like one of the current head doctors at the institution, and like it's really great. Like one of the things that's interesting about this particular university is that most of the students there are from New York, so they're local to the university. And like uh, frankly, like it's just a really great it's a really great institution. 60% of the university is women, and about over half of the student body are people of color and minorities. So I don't know. I think that's great. There's just so many things about this story that are wonderful. Yeah, here's the part of the article about the anonymity. Dr. Gottsman was reluctant to attach her name to her donation. Nobody needs to know, Dr. Ozua recalled her saying at first, but Dr. Ozua insisted that others might find her life inspiring. Here's somebody who's totally dedicated to the welfare of others and wants no accolades, no recognition, Dr. Ozua said. Dr. Ozua noted that the going price for getting her name on a medical school or building was perhaps a fifth of Dr. Gottsman's donation. Cornell Medical College and New York Hospital now include the surname of Sanford Wheel, the former head of Citigroup. New York University's medical center was renamed for Ken Langone, the co-founder of Home Depot. Both men donated hundreds of millions of dollars, but it is a condition of Dr. Gottsman's gift that the Einstein College of Medicine not change its name. Albert Einstein, the physicist who helped develop the theory of relativity, agreed to confer his name on the medical school when it first opened in 1955. The name, she noted, could not be beat. We've got the gosh darn name. We've got Albert Einstein. Like, she just seems like a really great... She just seems like a really great lady. Chat, did you get $1 billion from an early position in Berkshire Hathaway? Subscribe or donate to Riverboat Jack. Yeah, even if you want it to be an anonymous donation, I will make a billionaire subscriber tier for you and your elite billionaire friends to support Riverboat Jack Incorporated. Also, folks, I think this is a great story. It's a great story. Seems like an actual human being with like a soul and stuff. I know, we're so used to reading about these tech bros who just like profiteer off of like engineering ideas and then like don't understand anything about the product that they actually sell, and then somehow become like billionaires and then like have nothing that actually grounds them to reality. It's wild. But yeah. Good job on this donation, Dr. Gottsman. What a wonderful thing to do, and what a wonderful gift to the world. And folks, we've been going for 2.5 hours. Consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Do the things. And also, folks, consider dropping some subs or donos. I would very, very much appreciate it. Today, I would like to thank the supporters of the stream, Very Knifey Duck, OS Crane, LB, Metal Kitty Mom. Thank you all very, very much for supporting the stream today. And I appreciate it so goddamn much. I'm going to throw this up on screen. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Just add that to the screen. And we'll bold it. There we go. That's me. That's you, OS Crane. Thank you very, very much. Tough day at the office, sounds like. Yeah, there were a bunch of people posting, like, yeah, we had an influx of about, like, 20 people, I think probably from, like, some sort of troll stream that trolls, like, I don't know, 30 viewer Andys on Twitch. Roll in and try and, like, spam chat with dick pics. So, you know, it's been a weird day as far as, like, engagement goes. Did we get a hate raid? It's harder to hate raid on Twitch these days, but often what people will do is just on their stream they'll go and, like, watch somebody else's stream and just send their viewers over to, like, fuck with the chat and the streamer. So yeah. Because I stream under the transgender tag, like, it's a whole thing. It happens. Gross. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. Also, it feels like we have a lot fewer viewers than usual. I don't know why. Maybe someone big is streaming right now. I don't know. It's all good, not Felipe. I recognize you. Gross. OS Crane, I like literally every day there's like a dick pic in my DMs or my responses. I don't know. It's sucks to suck, you know? It sucks to be a trans lady on the internet. It just kind of goes with the territory. Getting harassed. I literally just, like, right before stream had to block someone on Twitter for responding to my stream tweet with
Realized I can finally
gigantic
support
dick.
the stream. My sub was gifted. BC, I have the money for it now.
Oh, Periwinkle, thank you for the tier 2 sub. That is wonderful. Thank you very, very much. And I hope you enjoy your new dark red name in the chat. That's why I don't post pictures of myself online. Yeah, you know, there's like a part of me that's like, well, I was asking for it, you know, which is kind of fucked up. You know, I'm literally wearing, like, just a very comfortable green cardigan, and I'm just naturally gifted with, like, a good chest, you know. Dark red from my end, it looks dark orange. You know, whatever. Also, like, there's like a weird subset of guys who send me dick pics now that are like, I'm looking to collaborate on adult content. It's like, no, you're not. I know actual people who work in sex work or, like, are porn actors or actresses, and they don't just, like, post dong to random pictures to try and collaborate with you. Most of the time they're actually just pretty chill and cool. Like, if you guys are looking for, like, a cool, like, streamer to follow with good politics and who's just kind of like a nerdy dude, I love Xander Corvus. Xander Corvus is great. I would recommend you guys, like, watch his content. It's good. His streaming content or his other content, if that's what you're into. I don't know. It's almost like it's a professional industry, right? It's almost like if you want to professionally interact with someone, you professionally interact with them. You know, crazy stuff. Posting random dongs seems an odd strategy for achieving anything. Honestly, for dudes like that, it's a numbers game. Like, at a certain point, like, they post 1,000 dongs. There's gonna be one, like, person that they post it to who's, like, lonely and, like, in a vulnerable place and will, like, interact with them over it, you know? Jumping Jehoshaphat and something that goes with that. MC Paul Barman. Michael Designgel. I know I said that wrong. Thank you for the $10 super chat. That's incredibly generous of you, and I appreciate it. Let's go! Up to 13 subs. There we go. Chasers are wild. They really are. It's true. Women, if you have a dating profile you forgot about and haven't touched in years, go log in. You'll likely have quite a few dick pics in your DMs. I mean, generally, like, the good dating apps aren't going to allow you to send images, you know? Gotta unsend some pictures. Oh, man. All right. This next story is going to be difficult, but my God, before we move on, just one last look at the Michigan situation here. We've got 58%, and the uncommitted vote is at 66,000. That is crazy. Again, I'm surprised we're going to be hitting 70K. I think before we hit 60% of the votes being in, and that was my low estimate at the beginning of stream. You know, this is kind of wild. Good night, Robert Adset. On track to hit 100,000. If it hits 100,000, like that absolutely is getting the attention of Joe Biden's campaign and probably Joe Biden himself. Also, I didn't realize Joe Biden was a junior. Huh. We need a left reckoning, maybe a leftist mafia guest spot. I've actually been on leftist mafia. I very much enjoyed being on leftist mafia, even though the episode I was on was like, it might have been like a day or so after October 7th. Like it was not an upbeat show for obvious reasons. Oh, hell. Yeah, I would love to go back on under better circumstances. And I'd love to be on Left Reckoning. I just, you know, most of these people don't know me. But, you know, a Humanist Report knows me, and I should get him back on the show. He's been on my show. I've been on his show. It's been nice. You know, like one of the few collaborations I've done where I'm like, I feel 100% good about it. Another one being like Demon Mama. I like that one too. Leftist Mafia is how I got here. And we are so grateful for you, Charlie. Thank you so much. You'd make a good permanent member, honestly. I think you'll fill out their demographic well. It's true. They need a trans lady. Real Radham seemed keen to stream with you. Yeah, I need to do more outreach. I'm really bad at it. Like if I could get like a booker or something, like someone, this is like pie in the sky stuff, like dreaming about being big enough where I can hand off some of the responsibilities of like streaming to like other folks that I work with would be great. Because I'm just terrible. I'm terrible at it. I keep holding back doing producer stuff for you. Well, I appreciate it. Maybe after tax season, I'll get in contact with you about that. I don't want your fucking money, but you're doing work for me. All right. Moving on. Because we got some other stories to talk about tonight, and they're not nice, unfortunately. So, get some water. All right. Engage. So, screen's wobbling. So, folks, we've covered the Nex Benedict story here. It was a really, really hard story to cover, but some additional details came out over the last few days, and some additional coverage developments that I think are important to mention. When we initially covered this story, it was believed widely and reported widely in the media and by Nex Benedict's parents that they were non-binary. At the vigil, Nex Benedict's on-again, off-again boyfriend spoke and confirmed that Nex Benedict used he, him pronouns, occasionally they, them. So from here on out, I'll be using he, him pronouns for Nex Benedict. And yeah, so that's one thing that we should clarify about this story. All right. The other thing is that after a number of prominent and powerful people across the United States started calling for a federal investigation into Nex Benedict's death, interestingly enough, local police began to backtrack their public-facing statements. Fight hasn't been ruled out as cause of death. Nex Benedict's death, police say. Yeah. Even though they were releasing, they were basically saying, "Oh, it wasn't head trauma from the fight." Interesting. But I'm glad that local police are at least responding to that kind of pressure. Yeah, no kidding. You know, a perfectly healthy child doesn't just drop dead for no reason after having, you know, it might have something to do with having his head bashed into the floor over and over and over again. Yeah, might have something to do with that. Yeah, because again, the Owasso police, from their statement last week, said preliminary information from the medical examiner's office indicated that Benedict did not die as a result of trauma. And they also said that they were waiting on the results of toxicology. And like now they're saying, well, it could have been because of the fight, which like directly contradicts their previous statement. Like let's be real, this isn't like they were vague. They were trying to imply that Nex Benedict had done drugs and that's why he dropped dead, which is not at all the case. Yeah, it was just a severe overdose of blunt force trauma. So that's a thing. And one of the parts of the story that we covered last week was an Oklahoma state senator who, in response to being asked about Nex Benedict's murder, responded that he doesn't want that filth in their state. The filth being Nex Benedict and trans people in general. And he's doubling down on it, by the way. Just in case you had any doubt that these people are monstrous, that these people are Republicans, conservatives, who are being voted into office at every level of government are evil. They're evil. They're just evil. There's nothing else around this.
An Oklahoma state senator is facing backlash after referring to the state's LGBTQ plus community as filth. Republican Tom Woods was defending Oklahoma's latest policies targeting that community and was specifically asked about the recent death of 16-year-old non-binary student Nex Benedict. Benedict died a day after a fight with a group of girls in their high school bathroom. Here's how Woods responded to the question.
We're a Republican state, supermajority in the House and Senate. I represent a constituency that doesn't want that filth in Oklahoma. You know, we are a religious state.
This is in direct response to a question about a 16-year-old student being beaten to death because he was trans.
We are going to fight to keep that filth out of the state of Oklahoma because we're a Christian state, we're a moral state.
Fascist bigots.
CNN law enforcement correspondent Whitney Wild is here with more on this. Whitney, what did State Senator Woods say when CNN reached out to him for further comment here?
We have not been able to establish a line of communication with Senator Woods, but Senator Woods made clear to that local paper who aired that video that he stood by those comments. Let me back up and just give you a little bit more context because there's a lot going on in the audio clip there. This was at a public forum. A woman named Kathy Cott, 64 years old, asked Senator Woods what he thought of the beating of Nex Benedict. Nex Benedict, is, as you mentioned, is a 16-year-old who died the day after a fight at their high school.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't think you can call yourself a Christian if your response to people you view as sinful is that your response is that they should be beaten to death. Like, that flies in the face of every conceivable teaching from any mainstream understanding of Christianity. If that's your understanding of Christianity, you are a fundamentalist, you are in a cult, and they are going to have you drink the Kool-Aid at some point, and you will die. Get out while you can, okay? People forget that drinking the Kool-Aid is literally a reference to a death cult. Jesus hung out in the Bible. If you call yourself a Christian, right? If you're calling yourself a Christian, it means you behave and you follow in the footsteps of Christ. I come from a very conservative religious background, right? I grew up in a conservative religious household, Christian household. I've read the New Testament many times. Jesus didn't go to people who society viewed as sinful and call them filth and cheer on their deaths as a lovely purge of society from objectionables. He stood in the path of stones, meant for those objectionables. He stood up for them. He hung out with them. He broke bread with them. He clothed them. He fed them. He healed them. If you are calling yourself a Christian and you are supporting children beating another child to death because they're trans, you're evil. You have about as much chance of reaching your God's heaven as a camel does of passing through the eye of a needle. You're on the wrong side, and you're going to wind up in hell. Okay? By your own teachings. That's not me speaking. That's your own holy book. That's your own holy book speaking. I'm just going after I'm just going off what you profess to believe. Yeah, Jesus said, "Love your neighbor as yourself." Yeah, well, that guy, that Oklahoma State Senator Tom Woods, he loves his neighbor as himself. I guess in this case, he thinks that he personally should be beaten to death. If, he's actually a Christian. But I don't think he is. I think he's just a bigot, and I think he's a fascist. And I think that he's frankly in a death cult. He glorifies death of him, of children. He's glorifying the murder of children as a justifiable purge of society. He doesn't want that filth in their state. Disgusting. I'm not trying to split hairs, but he called filth the people that support gender reassignment. I'm reading the quote from a news website. We listened to the quote. It was in response to being asked about a child being beaten to death. He might try and spin it as gender reassignment surgery. He's talking about trans people. He's talking about trans people existing. He does not want them in the state. It's why he responds to a question about a 16-year-old who was beaten to death by saying we don't want that filth in our state. But it wasn't him calling the child a piece of filth. It was him calling every trans person in Oklahoma a piece of filth. You can say, oh, well, he really just meant the surgery. It wouldn't matter to him. The surgery is just a pretext. If you're asked about a trans student who was beaten to death, who has had no surgeries whatsoever, and your response is, we don't want that filth in our state, and later you try and clarify that, oh, I meant gender reassignment surgery. How is that at all relevant to a student who has not had gender reassignment surgery? There's no misinterpretation here. He wasn't calling the dead child a piece of filth. He was. I don't know how to make it more clear. If in response to being asked about a 16-year-old who was beaten to death for being trans, your response is, we don't want that filth in our state, you are calling that child a piece of filth. I mean, do we need to listen to the quote again? Here we go.
We're a Republican state, supermajority in the House and Senate. I represent a constituency that doesn't want that filth in Oklahoma. We are a religious state. We are going to fight to keep that filth out of the state of Oklahoma, because we're a Christian state, we're a moral state.
CNN law enforcement correspondent Whitney Wild is here with more on this. Whitney, what did State Senator Woods say when CNN reached out to him for further comment here?
We have not been able to establish a line of communication with Senator Woods, but Senator Woods made clear to that local paper who aired that video that he stood by those comments. Let me back up and just give you a little bit more context because there's a lot going on in the audio clip there.
That filth is directly referring to Nex Benedict and the wider trans community in the state of Oklahoma.
This was at a public forum. A woman named Kathy Cott, 64 years old, asked Senator Woods what he thought of the beating of Nex Benedict. Nex Benedict, is, as you mentioned, is a 16-year-old who died the day after a fight at their high school. Nex is non-binary, and the reporting has been that Nex had told families.
And again, there is now new reporting clarifying that Nex used he/him pronouns, and according to a romantic partner, was a trans man. So just as an FYI on that one.
Family members, they were being bullied. And so Kathy Cott said to Senator Woods and the other speakers and Oklahoma leaders who were at that event, what do you think of that? She believes that Nex had been targeted due to some of those bills. And so she was seeking accountability there. And that's when you heard Senator Woods make those comments. At first, he said, my heart goes out if that is the scenario, but then said what you just heard. There are still so many questions about Nex Benedict's death, but certainly, Brianna, that is a story that...
Yeah, my heart goes out to Nex Benedict's family, but also we don't want that filth in our state. That filth being trans people. Yeah.
Has Oklahomans acutely aware of some of the concerns about the unintended consequences of these anti-LGBTQ bills.
Horrifying stuff. But take some heart in the fact that students of Oklahoma, the kids are all right, you know? The kids are all right. Students from the high school Nex Benedict attended staged a walkout today, holding signs in honor of Nex Benedict. And I think that's lovely, you know? Oklahoma students walk out after trans students' death to protest bullying policies. Classmates at Owasso High School say bullying often goes unpunished, causing students to feel like there's no point in asking for help, which I feel like is something you can see in the video of Nex taken on a police body camera, with police coming in, you know, as he has a horrible brain concussion the same day of the fight. And you like, he basically says they're like, yeah, I didn't bring this up to teachers. There was no point. There's no point in doing that. At least 40 students at Owasso High School walked out Monday to protest what they describe as a pervasive culture of bullying with little accountability, which they believe led to the student's death at their school. Yeah. Again, also, it is worth noting that the reporting on this has changed. It's now February. This is from yesterday, but this NBC News article starts by using he/him pronouns for Nex. He described how 3 students jumped him after he threw water on them because they were bullying him and his friend over the way they dressed. So I just want to say thank you to Joe Yorkaba for your diligent reporting on this one. It means a lot that people care to get it right, you know? I thought Nex is binary, non-they, them. According to a romantic partner of Nex, yeah, I think it was from this article that I saw it. Nex Benedict honored by friends at Vigil. He made everything easier. Yeah. Robin Gray, 16, who dated Benedict on and off, began his speech by noting Benedict was a transgender boy who used he/him pronouns. Benedict family has referred to him primarily using they/them pronouns, which other friends said he also used, but were not what he preferred. I wanted to start off by saying that Nex was transgender, and he used he/him pronouns, Gray said. He was so much more than his transness. Benedict's current partner, Spencer, who went by only his first name, also spoke at the vigil Sunday night in Red Bud Festival Park. He recalled how Benedict had helped him come out to his parents as gay and said that the teen always made everything easier. He kept energy levels high. He would always keep the room in a good mood. He was always one of the brightest kids in the room, whether he would smile or not. Benedict had reported being bullied for months before he was involved in a physical confrontation in a school restroom. He told law enforcement that the girls jumped him and his friend because of the way we dressed. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of people showing up at vigils. Which is lovely to see. Owasso students told NBC News that Nex's answer, I don't really see the point in it, when asked about reporting it. Nex's answer is common among their classmates. LGBTQ students and others who face bullying due to their identities feel like when they report the bullying to the school, they either aren't believed or nothing really changes. In Owasso High School, spokesperson Brock Crawford said that students attended an assembly at the beginning of each school year that includes the process and procedures they should follow to report bullying or other safety concerns, which is a really hollow thing to say when the students are saying following those processes and procedures doesn't work. We take reports of bullying very seriously and have policies and procedures in place to address such behavior. I mean, it's worth noting that, like, Nex Benedict was, like, blamed for, like, trying to defend himself, you know? By the principal. It's insane. I mean, the walkout is not political, said Kane, a non-binary student who went to Owasso school for 10th and 11th grade and now takes online classes for his senior year. Kane, who asked only his first name be used for fear of further targeting, led a 5-minute moment of silence in honor of Nex. I mean, you can say it's not political, but clearly the existence of trans people, while it should not be a political thing, has been politicized by people, by powerful people in our government, and it's a shame that it directly impacts children. The hatred of libs of TikTok, the hatred of conservative politicians, the hatred of conservative media has unfortunately now started killing our children. Yeah. Kane said he had gone back and forth between in-person school and online classes since 8th grade, in part due to bullying over his sexuality more than his gender identity. When he was a sophomore, a student called him and his partner the F slur, and he said students casually use the N-word, often with no repercussions. The high school has a student body of just less than 3,000, which that's a pretty big school. No, everything's political. Well, fuck me. I guess fuck that teenager for saying that the protest in favor of their friend who was beaten to death in their school, he's trying not to make it about a political statement and is instead trying to stand up for his friend. For fuck's sake. Can you not be pedantic about that? Can you not? Like, obviously we exist in a political world. That's a 16-year-old trying to process the death of their friend. I'm trying to cover this as level-headedly as I can. But, like, yeah, obviously it's political. But there's going to be a reason why a teenager whose friend just got beaten to death in their school is going to say it's not. Like, cut a grieving child some slack. Have a heart, for fuck's sake. Especially when I clarify that it is politicized. No, the like 17-year-old non-binary student at the high school. Allie, a senior at Owasso who uses they them pronouns and asked to go by their first name to protect their privacy. Again, it's telling that these students keep asking for their privacy to be protected because the harassment at their school is so bad. Like, so many of these students are afraid to attach their names to their statements because they know the negative effect it's going to have on them at the school. Allie said they aren't out publicly about their gender identity due to fears about bullying, but they've seen friends, including Nex, face it. Even if something did happen, there's no point in going to any kind of administration or teachers about it because absolutely nothing will be done, Allie said. And I've seen it time and time again with my friends. Neither of the students actually knew what the Owasso Public Schools bullying policy was and said they had never been informed of it by their school. The district student conduct code prohibits bullying. Yeah, oh, wow. Groundbreaking. Public school has an anti-bullying policy that it doesn't enforce. Crazy. Well, you guys just shouldn't bully each other is like, okay, and also, it is interesting that neither of the students actually knew what the policy was, considering that earlier a spokesperson for the school said that they have a general assembly to explain this, and clearly that's not true. In order to meet the definition, district policy added that a reasonable person should recognize that such actions would harm another student. Yeah, of course. The district website advises anyone who suspects that a student is being bullied at Owasso Public Schools, report and stop bullying form, or call the Stop Bullying Now hotline. Every school has a designated school administrator who investigates bullying reports. I don't believe that, actually. I don't believe this. I just don't. Especially considering the testimony from these gay and trans students. And we're gonna take a look at one last article, folks. But I do want to warn you, it's a triggering doozy of a story. And it's from the Washington Examiner. So you know kind of where this is going if you know anything about the politics of the Washington Examiner. So the Washington Examiner, I'm not going to throw it up on screen, wrote an article titled, and I'm going to properly gender and name Nex Benedict throughout this article, but every single time they misgender her, they misgender this student, and they fucking dead name Nex Benedict. It's crazy. It's how you could write an article like this about a dead child enrages me. I have no words, but I feel like we need to understand where conservatives are taking this and what they believe about it. And I'm sorry if I stumble over my words here. I'm really upset and I'm trying real hard. I'm doing my best. I promise I'm doing my best. The left wants to make Nex Benedict the LGBT George Floyd by one Parker Miller. It was published earlier today. The left is once again trying to spin a tragedy into a call to arms. It has done it for race many times, and now for sexual orientation. I just want to stop right there, because Nex Benedict wasn't beaten over his sexual orientation. He was beaten because of his gender identity. These are two different things. The fact that this article gets it wrong in the first sentence is insane to me. Earlier this month, a 16-year-old boy named Nex Benedict, who liked to be called Nex and claimed to be non-binary, a trans man, in point of fact, which Parker Miller would know if they were at all interested in reporting accurately on this. But clearly, we're less than 2 sentences in, and you know that that is not at all their intention here. Tragically died a day after he had a bloody fight in a high school bathroom in Oklahoma. Again, I hate that this is referred to as a fight, because it's not a fight. It's a brutal beating that killed him, you know? It's a beating that resulted in his death. The other girls, the girls involved in this fight, weren't harmed by, in any of the reporting I have looked at on this. The other party in this fight did not receive injuries. It's always going to be a fight because he splashed water. Yeah, you know, the grave crime Nex Benedict committed was splashing a girl with water because she was talking shit. They got a little water on them, and in return, this group of girls beat Nex Benedict to death. While investigations have not provided any evidence that Benedict was attacked because of his self-identification or that he died of his injuries in the fight, LGBT activists have decided to exploit the poor deceased boy for political power. And again, I need to really emphasize that this article is just constantly misgendering and dead-naming him. So again, the investigation has kind of found that this was kind of correlated, I would say. On Saturday, LGBT activists occupied a memorial for Benedict and grabbed an available microphone so that they could yell to the skies that Republicans killed him. One such activist exclaimed that MAGA extremist legislation had created a rhetoric of division, clearly unaware of the division he was creating in that same speech. And a rhetoric of targeting vulnerable populations that resulted in body bags. Yeah. I want to be clear. I do hold people like Chaya Raichik at least partially responsible. The speaker then directly blamed Oklahoma State Superintendent of Public Instruction Ryan Walters and Libs of TikTok account owner Chaya Raichik for working to expose and root out activists working to indoctrinate Oklahoman children in their schools, a move that many other activists have replicated. Oh yeah, they were just trying to root out indoctrination in their schools because that would make more trans kids. Clearly, the left is attempting to gin up another nationwide controversy over a tragic death to give the LGBT class more social prestige and political power, as it did with the death of George Floyd in May 2020 through the Black Lives Matter movement. I just want to pause here and point out that, like, conservatives are so afraid of a large-scale and concerted pushback against their transgender fear-mongering that they have to put out articles like this, where they smear a dead child in order to defend demagogues, bloody demagogues like Libs of TikTok. They're afraid, chat, because their entire fascist movement relies on trans people being left isolated and alone while Republicans marshal legislative forces against them and the power of the state against them. It's literally a keystone of their fascist ideology. So they need to put out pieces like this. And I want you to know that even though this is scary, this is deeply disgusting, this is morally abhorrent and objectionable, I want you to take some heart in the fact that they feel compelled to write this out of fear, because they know that their movement is weak. They know fascism is a paper tiger. And they know that trans people are a spear point that can pierce through that paper. Let them be scared and take some measure of pride, take some measure of power in the fact that they are afraid of us standing together. They are afraid of allyship. They are afraid that we will come together against them. United we stand, indeed. A 30-second clip of Floyd on the ground under the knee of a police officer while yelling, "I can't breathe," spread on the internet, and media quickly colluded with race baiters. It is very rich to call people talking about George Floyd's death race baiters when, like, literally the entire job of Republican politicians and Republican media are to, like, play clips of, like, black people doing crime in order to fearmonger to white evangelicals in accordance with a 50, 60-year-long strategy of radicalizing the evangelical base. We know about it. It's called the Southern Strategy. It's been the Republican playbook for the last 60 years, and you can hear people talking about it openly. It's not a secret. Republican campaign managers will talk about the Southern Strategy. It is their bread and butter as members of the GOP. So it's pretty rich for them to point a finger for race baiting.
Did you hear about the guy that is so homophobic that he moved to Russia and regretted it?
No, but that's absolutely not what we're talking about right now, so thank you for the $5 dono. Race baiters to claim that his ensuing death was a racially motivated murder. The people fell for the lie, took arms, and engulfed the entire nation in flames to shouts of no justice, no peace. What actually happened came out months later during the court trial of one of the officers involved in Floyd's death. The 30-second clip became a 9-minute video showing Floyd repeatedly disobeying police, resisting arrest, asking to be put on the ground to breathe, and acting very strangely. Now, this is an interesting bit of reporting in this article, considering that the 9 minutes that is being talked about here are the 9 minutes that the police officer had an illegal knee hold on George Floyd's neck, something he was convicted of murder for doing. So this is some impressive, I wouldn't even call it really reporting. This is some impressive white nationalist mental gymnastics. A medical analysis found that Floyd's blood contained a lethal amount of fentanyl. None of this stopped the left from pursuing its true goal. By the way, I don't think it ever showed that he had a lethal amount of fentanyl in his system. I think actually medical analysis found that his breathing was obstructed by the fact that there was a full 200+ pound man putting his weight on his neck. It was lethal for a non-user. Yeah, exactly. Like if your tolerance for any kind of substance will be higher if you use it frequently. Indeed. None of this stopped the left from pursuing its true goal, accruing great power through threats of violence and accusations of systemic discrimination. Riots caused over $2 billion in damages. BLM successfully extorted enough companies for over $90 million in 1 year. Again, there's a lot of conflating between like BLM and BLM. There are two different things. There's BLM, the general nationwide movement, which is what generally people talk about when they're talking about BLM. And then there's BLM, the charitable organization that has some incredibly suspect financial stuff. These are two different things. The left has effectively dismantled the rule of law as well. Legacy media attempted to dox Officer Derek Chauvin's jurors, pressuring them into passing a high crime guilty verdict. Yes. Yes. The thing that pressured Derek Chauvin's jurors wasn't the evidence, but it was instead an attempt to dox them. Not even a success. Like this article can't even say, like, as spun as this article is, they can't say successfully doxed because none of the jurors were doxed. BLM pressured elected officials to bend the knee to them. Vice President Kamala Harris and her goons helped bail out rioters, murderers, and rapists based on their skin color. Yeah, Yeah, because you can just like bail out a known rapist from prison. Kamala Harris, so powerful. She can crack anyone out of prison. Yeah, sure. Most importantly, it elevated the social status of black people to the top, which is this is an interesting sentence because it implies that before black people were on the bottom, and now they are considered racially superior, which kind of implies that you think the natural order of things was white people being on top, which is again a white nationalist talking point. The attempt by the left to frame Benedict's death as a discriminatory murder falls even flatter than Floyd's because the public gained access to the facts behind Benedict's far earlier than Floyd's. There is also no shocking footage attached to Benedict, as there was to Floyd, that would give it a similar cultural impact, except for the body camera footage of the police officer interviewing Nex Benedict right after they've been beaten so badly that he blacked out, you know? Except for the school security camera footage that shows Nex Benedict weaving through the hallways, attempting to walk to the principal's office. And like struggling to get through a doorway. Yeah. No shocking footage like that would ever be put into the public purview. Nope, no sir. Again, Parker Miller, the reporter on this article, would know that if they cared enough to look it up. Even though the myth of Benedict's martyrdom has no legs to stand on, it will not stop the left from peddling his death if it can give them even a scrap of power to gain. Again, that's the end of the article, by the way. That's the end of the article. The article, by the way, is tagged Beltway Confidential, Black Lives Matter, Fake News, George Floyd, LGBT, and Opinion. Yeah, no, the refusal to call an ambulance after a child was beaten so badly that he blacked out. The refusal to call cops in this case. It is gross negligence at best. The fact that the cop showed up and in the course of the conversation established the beating so badly that he blacked out point, and continued to question both Nex Benedict, someone who just talked about having an active concussion, and blamed his mom for not calling the police fast enough, despite the negligence of the school. It is insane to me. But again, I'm going to end this just by saying they're afraid. They're afraid. They have to keep up the facade of power that allows them to own the libs, as it were. You know, this is why Senator Tom Woods, State Senator Tom Woods, has to go out there and say that queer people, trans people are filth when asked about the death of a 16-year-old. He goes out there and says that they're filth because he has to, because they're scared. Parker Miller writes an article like this because they have to. They're scared. And they're scared of what will happen if they don't have a scapegoat anymore, of the responsibility they'd actually have to shoulder as failures and as charlatans if it was allowed to come to light, that they actually have nothing else to offer their readers or their voters other than scary minorities to scapegoat. That's it. That's all they got. It's the one move they have. And ultimately, and I do believe this, ultimately, it will be a losing move. But only if we come together. Can the family sue them? I mean, maybe. I would probably be seriously looking into that for the school district. Absolutely. And as trans folk participate more and more openly in society, society will come more and more to our aid. Yeah. Again, this is why I talk to you guys about getting to know your friends. Getting to know your neighbors. Make friends with your neighbors. Make friends with your coworkers. Make friends with everyone you can, because those are the people who are going to change their minds about trans people. Those are the people who are going to come to your aid when things get bad. You know, like, I've probably told this story before on stream, but like, I made friends with a lady once, and she wound up telling me after we'd hung out a few times that like she had had some really awful ideas about trans people, specifically because like her ex-husband or ex-partner had like, you know, she had caught him with trans porn. And so she had a certain idea about what trans people were, and it was entirely predicated on pornography. It was entirely predicated on like sexual content. And so she didn't actually know trans people as human beings. You know? She only knew of them as like sexualized commodities. And she told me how grateful she was to get to know me because I helped her to become less transphobic. You know, to see trans people as human beings. And I think about that conversation a lot, you know? Because I think that that is true of a lot of people. Where their only experience with trans people is as like a commodified sexual product. You know? So make friends. Because that's one of the ways you can change minds. All right? And at the end of the day, those are the people who will stand up for you. So, rest in power, Nex Benedict. I don't really have a better way to end the segment. I'm just... That's how I'm going to wrap it up. Okay, folks, we've been going for almost 4 hours now. Make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Lord Daphius, thank you for hitting the follow button half an hour ago. I appreciate it. It ain't easy being lefty. It sure as shit isn't, because I know for a fact that if I said rest in power Nex Benedict on Twitter in lefty circles, there would be people jumping down my throat. And that's pretty fucking sad. Well, I mean, Salmon Moose, I learned that. I learned that when it came to Brianna J. Wait, really? Yeah, there's a certain segment of the online left that cares more about virtue signaling than solidarity. Tone policing is great. Yeah, the virtue signaling I could absolutely do without. Yeah, there's a certain segment of the online left who thinks that rest in power can only be used for black people. That say her name can only be used for, or say his name, or say their name can only be used for black people. And I disagree. I disagree with that assessment for a wide variety of reasons that I've already litigated, and it's just stupid. Over that hashtag, I had people leave this community and dedicate their lives to creating harassment accounts that document my crimes. Well, again, some members of the online left don't actually care about being leftists. They care about seeming like leftists. They don't care about doing anything. They care about looking like they care. That's it. And I frankly don't care about looking like anything other than a hot lady. I care about doing things. I care about getting shit done. All right. Okay. And I did promise good news to kind of cut all, like, each of these really difficult stories, okay? I did promise good news for each of these difficult stories. Well, yeah, Say Her Name was started for missing Indigenous women, and, you know, Rest in Power was used by, like, a Filipino artist or something. Like, it's, you know, again, ownership of phrases is, I think, a very, not silly concept, but I think not terribly useful one when it comes to, like, public discourse. All right. But here's the good story, okay? Here's the good story. So remember how we learned that King Arthur Baking is a democratic worker co-op? And has been for like the last 10 years? Well, Bob's Red Mill, which some of you might be familiar from your grocery stores, transferred ownership to its employees. It is now employee-owned and operated. Let's go. Democratic worker co-ops. Let's go. I love this. I love this. Bob of Bob's Red Mill died on Saturday, and he set up a unique ownership model for his natural food company. Rather than sell out to a food giant, he transferred full ownership to his employees, more than 700 of them. I've been to their HQ. Yeah, they're wonderful. They're wonderful. Bob passed away like 2 weeks ago, so this is a bit old, but like, this is the king move. This is how you like die a legend, okay? Bob's passion, ingenuity, and respect for others will forever inspire the employee owners of Bob's Red Mill, and we carry on his legacy by bringing wholesome foods to people around the world, the company said in an Instagram post announcing his death. We will truly miss his energy and larger-than-life personality. Moore, who was 94 when he died, founded Bob's Red Mill with his wife, Charlie, in Oregon in 1978. In the decades that followed, the couple grew their whole grain food company into a global empire that did more than $100 million annually, selling over 200 products in more than 70 countries. This is like I know that we like to get cute about like employee ownership and democratic worker co-ops and whatnot. Like, we like to play cute about it, but like, it's actually possible, guys. Also, Vosh, thank you very much for the raid. It's actually possible. Like, this guy built an entire company, and instead of like passing it along to like his dipshit fail son, you know, I don't know if he had a dipshit fail son, but you know, this is having a dipshit fail son is a very common occurrence in the business world. Instead of doing that with his $1 million company, he gave it to his workers, the people who make the company. And we could have a system set up legislatively to encourage this type of behavior from business owners. You know? Bernie Sanders suggested legislation that would give workers the right of first refusal, meaning that if a private company wanted to sell and it was above a certain size, it would first have to offer the company to the workers to collectively buy. And I think that would be a wonderful policy to put in place. And in case you're like, oh, well, it couldn't work because the company is too big. This company has 700 employees. Like, it's not a tiny company, guys. It's really, really wonderful. In 2010, after succeeding beyond his wildest dreams, Moore created an employee stock ownership plan, or ESOP, that would distribute stock in the company to the people who worked there. By April 2020, Bob's Red Mill was 100% employee owned. So it was already employee owned in 2020. But then it went farther than that. It's not just employee owned, it's now employee operated. In 2022, when some business leaders were complaining about a labor shortage, Moore said executive greed was to blame and that more companies could adopt the ESOP model. He said employees at Bob's Red Mill feel valued and informed, an approach other companies could learn from. Quote, business people continually reach out to me interested in buying my company, like they're doing me a great favor, Moore told Fortune, adding, they thought I was just a lame-brained idiot because I didn't want to sell my company. They told me how stupid I was, but you can't build what I've built and be really stupid. What a goddamn king. What a goddamn king. Leaves his entire company to his employees. What an absolute mad lad. Also, just look at that guy. Giga Chad behavior. ESOP is also a really good way to retain employees. Yeah, for sure. Like, guys, democratic worker co-ops retain their employees better. They keep jobs local. They pay workers better. They weather bad economic conditions better. They're better on so many different levels, both for the local community, for the local economy, for the stability of the area. I mean, like, my God, there are so many reasons why they're better. And it's just really great to see, like, meaningful movement in this direction. Yeah, limits brain drain for another one. Also, welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a socialist. I'm a trans lady. I've got large breasts. Those are mainly the important things to know about me. And welcome. I hope you guys had a good stream. What'd y'all talk about today? Also, welcome, folks. If you're over on Twitch, please hit the follow button. If you're over on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. If you're and maybe like the YouTube stream. I haven't actually looked at how many likes you guys have gotten. You guys are at 84 likes. You're only 16 likes away from 100. I think you guys could do that. There are almost 100 of you in chat right now. I believe in you guys. Stupid sub-only emote. Gay Fesh, hello. Also, chat, I do rely on your subs and donos in order to not die. So if any of you would like to support me and stream, we've been going for 4 hours today. Please consider dropping some subs or donos. I literally couldn't live without them. And I just want to say thank you again to the people who've supported stream today. Metal Kitty Mom, LB, OS Crane, Very Knifey Duck, Periwinkle 43, and Catalina Gearbox. Thank you all for supporting stream. I appreciate it. And, yeah. I will also cover, I just want to point this out, I will cover the James Somerton apology video if we hit 40 subs. I will do that. My only exposure to James Somerton is through the H-Bomber guy video, and I didn't watch his first apology. Discord or YouTube? What? Why are there 2 different chat streams? Oh, this chat stream is riverboat.gg chat. So we have YouTube chat, we've got Twitch chat, And we've got riverboat.gg chat. Love that intro, Jack. Hi, I'm Nikolai Prime. I'm a leftist socialist, a gamer, and my dick is sub-mid at best. Tier star. Thank you for gifting Gayfesh a sub. I appreciate it. Let's go. 3 chats. How nice. That's because I've opened my third eye and I can watch all 3 of them at once. Nice. All right. Salmon Moose.
5 against James. Subs for the sub gods. Donos for the dono dogs.
Subs for the sub gods. Donos for the dono dogs. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you, and I appreciate it. Let's go. Let's see here. So we did our good news. Our good news of another cool Democratic worker co-op. Time to do some bad news, chat. Okay. Those are anti-James subs. Are they? No one has. I specifically said you need to specify. Those were anti-James subs? Man, you guys really don't want me to cover it. There's also the in-person chat between me and the other people watching the stream from outside your window. Nice try. I'm in a basement. They did 5 against James? Damn. Okay. I believe it. The video was just bad. Oh, you 5 against James. You're right. I'm sorry. I like a fool. I didn't read it. My God. Oh, God. There we go. Anti-5. Migs, thank you for gifting a membership over on the YouTube. I appreciate it. Basement sounds pretty based. You're banned. You're banned for life. JK, you're fine. That pun was terrible. All right, it's time for us to talk about fascism, everybody. On that note, fascism. It's coming for you. It's coming for me. It's coming for all of us. What's the bad news? The bad news is fascism is here in America, and we need to talk about it because it's frankly, you know, just an average, everyday thing. We now need to have, you know, the fascism update. All right. We're going to open with this because I think that it's actually quite important to understanding exactly what's going on in modern day politics, right? And that's, we need to talk about Steve Bannon, okay? Steve Bannon is evil for a lot of different reasons. He got one of the ways he got wealthy was off of illegal Chinese gold farming in World of Warcraft. That's true. And through that, he realized that there were a bunch of disgruntled, young, lonely people playing World of Warcraft that he believed would be prime targets for political radicalization. And he was correct. And then he used his platform at Breitbart to basically try and radicalize them through Gamergate. Steve Bannon, if you didn't know, literally came out of Gamergate as a politically influential figure. And it's really kind of wild how that continues to be relevant. But he then rose to be Donald Trump's campaign manager in 2016. He went on to be very influential behind the scenes with a number of Trump's inner circle, even after he left the official campaign manager position. And he has been kind of slinking in the background since January 6th, the attempted coup that he supported. He was the editor-in-chief of Breitbart. He was like the guy who ran Breitbart. And he has now kind of weaseled himself into being the power broker behind the scenes when it comes to conservatives in this space. And I think that nowhere is it as obvious as CPAC. Now, CPAC has kind of been going downhill in prominence lately, but that just opens the door to there being actual honest-to-God Nazis on the floor of CPAC. It used to be that they would kick Nazis out of CPAC. Like, oh, Nick Fuentes, Groypers showed up. They're gonna, they're doing the Hitler salute. They get kicked out. Oh my goodness. Aaron Hernandez supporters show up. They get kicked out. No, now they're just openly allowed to mingle with prominent Republican figures, talking about race science and such. And if you don't actually know about that, here's an NBC reporter who was at CPAC, Ben Goggin. Here's a post from one mentioned in my piece wearing a CPAC badge. In the next video, he's giving a Nazi salute in the lobby of the conference hotel. There's a notable presence at the conference, whether CPAC was aware of it or not. Leftists have been removed from the premises. And, Augustine Sanchez here. Looking especially Hitler-like over here. And, here, let's just make that a little bigger. Yeah, just that's just normal at CPAC now. Like the normalization of Nazism, the normalization of fascism in these circles has allowed these people to slip in. They're now allowed in. Of course, the Republican Party denies that this is the case, but there's footage of it. There's plenty of posts from these out-and-out Nazis. It's pretty obvious that it's happening. And, not to mention, there's a lot of other things going on. But I just want to point out, right? I just want to point out, Steve Bannon is cultivating this on purpose. He wants these people there. He wants to radicalize the Republican Party to fascism, right? Steve Bannon was the power broker that brought together Trump and Javier Milei and the president of El Salvador, who is a fascist. He's, Viktor Orban, who's also a fascist. All of these people were at CPAC. And the main power broker between all of them is Steve Bannon. And Steve Bannon is the connective tissue to Trump. And I think that means we need to pay attention to what he has to say. Because I think it's fairly obvious, especially given Steve Bannon's past words, his positioning within the conservative circles of power. It's very clear that Steve Bannon is on the rise. He's more in demand in the conservative movement right now than ever before, and that should be worrying. Yeah, he brought Liz Truss and basically made her dance like a wind-up monkey. He brought the former Prime Minister of the UK to CPAC and had her parroting his own talking points. This is power, chat. And this is something that we need to recognize. Wasn't she prime minister for like a month? Yeah, but still, a prime minister of the UK is one of the most powerful people on the planet. You know? Like, you can, she lost to a lettuce. Yeah, she did. But she was one of the most powerful people on the planet. So, I think we need to take a pause here to note that. And let's see what he had to say at CPAC. Because I think it heralds exactly the direction the Republican Party is going. And we need to know that if we want to properly combat it. So here we go.
Onward to victory! Onward to victory! Onward to victory! Is there anything going to stop us from winning on 5 November of 2024? I can't hear you. Is anything going to stop us? Today, in this very hall, the greatest president of the...
Oh, yeah, no, Steve Bannon is far smarter and far savvier than Alex Jones. 100%. I view Steve Bannon as a Machiavellian threat to democracy itself.
20th and 21st century sat here and said he's a political dissident. He's persecuted. That is a mark upon our country because it's absolutely true, 100% true. And why is he a dissident? You know why? Because he gave us 3 years of peace and prosperity before he was hit with a Chinese bioweapon. And they stole the 2020 election. Media, I want you to suck on this. I want the White House to suck on this. You lost in 2020. Donald Trump is the legitimate president of the United States.
Now, the fact that this continues to be doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on, I think is deeply important. Because I think it means that if Donald Trump wins, this will be a state-enforced fact. The power of the United States will be put towards making this a fact in the mind of the American public. Towards validating this point. And I want you guys to really take a moment to grapple with that. Because that has a lot of implications, right? The implication being that this would be Trump's third term. So we're throwing out term limits for presidents. The implication being that, well, we need to secure our elections going forward. Essentially meaning that our democracy will die. Our freedom of information will die. This is a declaration of war against democracy itself. And German Cow JJ, I doubt elections would be suspended under Trump's administration. I doubt that. Maybe they would. Maybe like he would just declare himself president for life or something like that. But I find it more likely that they would follow the Hungarian model, which is to have hilariously rigged elections and a managed opposition. You know, not quite to the level of Russia, but still to a level that is unsurmountable. Insurmountable? There we go.
Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! Trump won! You know how we know categorically that Trump won now? Because the New York Times and MSNBC and the Washington Post understand we're about to out them, right? We're going to adjudicate this after victory. If Biden actually won, he would be a revered hero to them. If Kamala Harris had really been the wingman, she'd be a revered hero. The New York Times is throwing Biden under the bus every day and backing him up over him.
This is modern day American Lugenpressen. Okay? This is Steve Bannon accusing the media of lying and needing to be defeated, right? What does it even mean to defeat the media? What, like, really think about the implication, the implication. What does it mean for the Trump administration to adjudicate this? The Trump administration that lost over 60 times in court on this issue. What does it mean to defeat the media? We're talking full-scale closing opposition media. We're talking, fabricating or just outright replacing courts. This is fascism, chat.
That shows you they know he's an illegitimate regime head. He's a usurper in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. To every working class Democrat and populist in the Democratic Party, when we get to the White House and go through and adjudicate the fact that 2020 was stolen and this illegitimate regime, what they've done to destroy this country, nobody that loved this country would do what he's doing to the country, would they? Would anybody think about it for a second? What if our framers came back today and saw 10 million illegal alien invaders that they have gamed the system to bring here?
Again, this is the argument that Joe Biden is a fraud, that he has usurped the throne of the rightful king and spearheaded the invasion of millions of people into the United States. Because again, this just builds very nicely on the conservative rhetoric of, people coming across the border to work in the United States are invading, are attacking the very fabric of America. This is fascism. That, like, what Steve Bannon has just done over the last 30 seconds is weave for you an alternate reality where Joe Biden has opened the gates and brought in millions of people to harm you and yours. This alternate reality where illegal immigrants are around every corner and hiding in every basement. This is the quiet part out loud. Like, you don't get more hood off than this.
Nobody. Give me that again, ma'am. Lock them up. All of them. Garland, Ray, Biden, all of them. Mayorkas.
Yeah, just lock up all of your political opposition. Because they're all in on this grand conspiracy to invade America, this betrayal, this usurpation of the rightful person in power. This is weaving the mythology that will undergird a fascist takeover of America. This is the fundamental premise of fascism. In the same way Manifest Destiny was the fundamental premise of America's westward expansion, this is the fundamental premise of American fascism. This is the thesis of it. The speech he's giving here is that.
Quick BWA break to purge the heretical scourge of the white name in RGG chat.
Paladin, thank you for gifting Cappy a sub. I appreciate it.
What they did to this country is unforgivable. And we will not forget it, and we will never forgive it until justice is done. Now, some of our folks
we will never forget it until justice is done. And again, he just listed what his justice is. His justice is locking up political opposition.
Say justice in this case is retribution. I will let that be defined as we go forward.
You know what this means? I will let that be defined as we go forward. That's the victors, the history is written by the victors. He's saying if Trump wins, we'll define what retribution is. That's what he's saying, chat. He's saying we'll decide what is and is not legitimate justice when we come into power. We will pick and choose. This is literally I guess a middle finger to the entire concept of law. At the very least, any law that's not whatever this fascism makes law,
But we're not going to back off this. President Donald J. Trump is the greatest president of the 20th and 21st century.
Oh, what? Not the 19th though. We're not going to the 19th.
Think about it for a second. When they stole the election and he went back to Mar-a-Lago, he could have played the game. He could have been part of the system. He could have gotten the big book deal and had the memorial films made about him and, built more golf courses and had a life of leisure as a billionaire. Should have and deserve, and with his beautiful...
As a billionaire should have and deserves. Fuck off, dude. But also, this is another part of the narrative. The Christ-like attributes of the great leader. This is like on the level of ass kissing that propagandists do for Kim Jong-un. Oh yeah, yes, Donald Trump, Christ-like in his self-sacrifice. He doesn't even poop, chat. He doesn't poop.
Family.
When he golfs, he always hits a hole in one.
He came back to lead his country and say, I'm not going to let them steal this election, and I'm not going to ever let them destroy the United States of America. Like the great Roman general Cincinnatus, he has returned from the plow to save his country.
Yes. Cincinnatus, noted Roman general who was a billionaire farmer in the field doing his own plowing. Mm-hmm.
Only two other men in the history of this republic, General Washington in the Revolution and the Foundation, and Abraham Lincoln in the Civil War, have the personal fate and destiny of an individual be inextricably linked to the fate and destiny of this republic. Donald John Trump is the third person.
Also, one thing to know about Steve Bannon is he believes in like cycles of history. It's like a new age mysticism, almost analysis of history. Like it's the turning of the cycle or something. Yeah, it's again, he's basically making this kind of I mean, honestly, just outright cult of personality, if not outright cult, out of devotion to Trump. You know, it's now a religious movement.
And
Yeah,
his
never, buddy.
fate
It's something like that.
and destiny is to have the greatest political comeback in American history. And on November 5th, to drive the vermin out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
There's the dehumanization.
Biden, you and your crime family are nothing but trash, okay? And on the 20th of January of 2025, we're going to take out the trash. There's no compromise here. You, by 10 million illegal aliens, you got $35 trillion of debt, and you're not going to stop $2 trillion of deficits a year. You've stumbled into a kinetic war in the Eurasian landmass. You got 2 carrier battle groups in the Red Sea, protecting the elites of Europe and putting our sailors at risk. You've got a third world war. We got dead eye control. It's going to destroy and bankrupt this republic. And you have an invasion of 10 million illegal alien invaders and migrant crimes out of control. And the people being destroyed are the black and Hispanic working class in this country, and we're not going to allow it.
And only one man alone can save us. Donald Trump. Like, no, literally the argument here is that the entire world is coming for the United States. We have traitors within the castle, within the gates. They have opened up the gates. They have betrayed us for the world. Only one man can rise up and save us from the barbarians at the door. And it's Donald Trump. This is the fabric of the fascist movement here.
Every black person, every Hispanic citizen in our country, vote for Trump. Trump will set you free, because right now they're enslaving you. They call you racist, they call you xenophobe, they call you nativist. Nothing could be farther from the truth, because they can't win the intellectual argument. What they have to do is try to smear you. And you don't care, because you know that's not true, and the facts are not true. The facts are not true. And that is what Trump's program is. That's his biggest crime. You know his biggest crime? You know why they want to send him to prison for 700 years? You know why they want to ban...
You know why they want to send him to prison? It's because he cares too much. He just cares too much about America. Truly selfless, that man.
Bankrupt him, take all his money away, $500 million fine right now. Take him off the ballot, defamation charges every day, all over the place, from Atlanta to D.C. You heard Peter Navarro lay it all out. You know what his crime is? And not the things they're charging him with. That's all crap, and you know it's crap, and they know it's crap. His crime is that he put you in the room. In D.C., in the imperial capital, not in the room, not in the deal. He put the American working man in one...
Yes. Musifu. The fourth turning is what I was thinking of. That's what Steve Bannon is into. It's like this almost like mysticism related to like time periods. And it is directly related to like the Nazbol ideology. It is absolutely traceable back to Alexander Dugin and the Nazbol movement, which is, again, a Nazi movement.
woman in the room and at the head of the table, and they hate him for it. They think he's a traitor to the ruling class of this country. You've seen with the Sound of Freedom folks up here and throughout the day, throughout the week, the crimes, not just of this administration, but the crimes of the Federal Reserve, the crimes of the big investment banks, the overlords of easy money on Wall Street, the tech oligarchs, the combination that think they're the ruling class in this country. Well, Donald Trump and the MAGA movement say you're not. And on November 5th, we're going to have an up or down vote on that. And my money is on the American people and the MAGA movement and Donald John Trump to turf you out and to break your grip on the greatest nation on earth.
The thing is, Steve Bannon is not like a normal, regular conservative talking head. He is an intelligent man. He's not going to completely, like, he's not going to start JQing on the stage. You know, he might JQ on his show War Room from time to time, but he's not going to do it here to this audience, because he has a very specific goal in mind here, which is to mainstream the fascism into the current Republican Party, into the current Republican moment, and into all of the people who are there specifically to do power brokering. CPAC is the place where world leaders are coming together to effectively, like, swap tips on how to be a more effective fascist. And he's basically saying here, you know, he's saying a lot, obviously, but more importantly, the symbolism of this speech is that he's telling the audience, hey, you want to get involved in these halls of power with these powerful conservative figures, you got to be on board with the program. And this is what the program is. It is fascism. It is Trump. That is what our movement is. You got to be on board with that. Otherwise, you're going nowhere fast in this party.
Is a crusade of righteousness. Are you with us? Are you with us? Are we onward to victory? Will anything stop you? Are you onward to victory? Are you onward to victory? Are you onward to victory? When you set out to take Vienna...
What?
Are you onward to victory?
Okay, it was a finger being pointed. All right.
When you set out to take Vienna, take Vienna. Thank you.
What is that a reference to? Oh, it was Napoleon. Interesting choice of quote. Yeah. Interesting. Victory 3 times. Yeah, no, like, this is straight up, like, it's not Nazi shit. Like, I think that we can now say, like, this is, I think this is just American fascism. Like, this is no longer, like, the Nazis. This is how America would do Nazis, you know? This is its own thing now. Freedom-loving, democratic Napoleon? Yeah, no kidding. So, Steve Bannon is evil, chat. It, like, no ifs, ands, or buts. That's a Grim thought, yeah. And again, this is what's leading to a flourishing of openly fascist figures. Like this woman in the Massachusetts GOP literally praises Hitler and wants to exile the Jews. Yeah, this is an actual tweet. This is real. She tweeted out a couple days ago, "Don't forget, I'll likely get voted into office on March 5th. Long-term goals are to ban same-sex marriage, never should have been legalized, and trans will be illegal. Yes, illegal. I will also exile all Jews." Candidate for Massachusetts Republican State Committee. They don't have to hide it because this is a feature. It's not a bug. For what the direction the Republican Party and Republican media, the direction that they're going in is this. It's to normalize this. It's to popularize this. It is to make this a mainstream position. What happens when they can't exile Jews, do you think? They'll blame it on the Jews. Oh, the Jewish cabal was just too powerful. We need to build up more power. You know? That's the response. It's kind of like this self-fulfilling cycle. You know? And it's really, really insane, you know? But I mean, it keeps escalating, you know? I think that, some of you have been asking what happens if they lose. What happens if they don't get what they want? Well, violence. Violence is what happens, you know? Basically, this is from earlier today, or I guess yesterday or 2 days ago. Explosive device detonates outside Alabama Attorney General's office. This happened one day after the state's Attorney General, Steve Marshall, said he would not prosecute IVF providers or families seeking the treatment. So basically, in response to this guy saying, "Oh, we're not going to prosecute families for, pursuing in vitro fertilization," they tried to kill him with a bomb. They're trying to kill him. They're trying to kill people with bombs for disagreeing with them on in vitro fertilization. What do you think they are going to do? What kind of reaction do you think they're going to have if they don't get their fascist Christ Messiah figure into office? You know? The violence is already here. I think it would simply escalate to a different scale. But I think that if Donald Trump loses this year in November, I think that this fascist movement breaks. Because there is no successor to Trump. There are family members of his, but none of them have the charisma that Trump has. Trump's political power comes from his cult of personality that he has developed over decades, right? In the American zeitgeist, in the American cultural milieu, right? So I think this time around, if he's defeated, I don't think he has the stuff in him to run again in 2028. And the best that the Republican Party could do this time around to try and challenge that was Ron DeSantis, who folded like a wet paper bag. Like, he had the charisma of a piece of dog shit on your shoe. Nikki Haley does not have the charisma. She does not have the chops to be able to marshal this kind of support. She's currently only running on fumes because if something happens that allows that like where Trump is barred from running, she's the next in line, you know? But, and this is kind of a big point here, she would not be able to marshal the support Trump has if she was running her, like, on her lonesome. Donald Trump can turn out record numbers of Republican voters. I don't think Nikki Haley can do that. I don't think Ron DeSantis can do that. I don't think there's anyone currently in the Republican Party who can do that. Which means if they lose, I think that there is a very good chance. I think there's a very good chance that this fascist movement has to de-radicalize in order for the people currently operating within it to have any shot of functioning going forward. Doesn't the poll show that Haley beats Biden? Yeah, but again, I think that a Nikki Haley presidency is not a Trump presidency. Nikki Haley would be a disastrous person to have in power. But I don't think that she is as on board with what Steve Bannon just outlined there, you know? And more than that, I think that, like, we would still I think we'd still get elections, frankly. I think she'd be terrible. I think she'd do a lot of harm and damage to the country. I think the country would survive it. I don't think we would survive it if Trump was in office. Vosh has put a lot of confidence in the Pentagon's ability to prevent a full-scale crisis from these cultists, but I'm not certain. Do you think the Pentagon would step in? I genuinely don't know, especially given that Trump has currently has a plan to replace dissidents within the bureaucracy. And I think that also includes replacing generals. I think that he learned last time around that he needs to surround himself with yes men. And I think that there is a decent chance that, barring like the Pentagon's full-on rejection of Trump coming into office, it could be a too little, too late type situation from the Pentagon. Let me put it this way: it's not a gamble or a dice roll I would want to take ever. What would happen with Project 2025 under Haley? I mean, likely Project 2025 would still be implemented under Nikki Haley, but I think that Nikki Haley's actions would be not to completely dismantle democracy. You know, like, I think that as horrible as a Haley administration would be, I think we would get a 2028 election. Probably not a great idea to trust the military to do the right thing. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a decent chance that they would do the right thing, but like, if there's even a 30% chance that they don't act in time, like, it's that is too big of a risk to take with democracy for like the world's foremost superpower, you know? So, yeah. on that note, how you doing, everybody? What are the chances of Spanish-style civil war? I mean, I think that there's a decent chance of something like that should Trump lose. You know, except instead of like the anarchists and like left-leaning folks being exiled to the countryside to fight guerrilla warfare, with the fascists in charge, I think it'd be reversed. The fascists would be fighting guerrilla warfare, and I think that would ultimately kill their political movement. I'm nervous, to be honest. Good. You should be. Use that. Motivate yourself to organize with fellow leftists. Go organize with political campaigns. Knock on doors. Phone bank in your spare time. Let this moment, let that nervousness radicalize you. Because we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work. Because, again, this isn't all just things that are happening to us. These are things that are happening with us. We have the ability to get out there and affect change by getting involved with these elections. By getting involved in this election cycle, we can make a difference. We can ensure there's a bulwark between us and the fascists at our gates. So, do more than vote in this election, you know? And honestly, I believe you can phone bank. Even if you're in another country, I believe you can volunteer to phone bank for U.S. elections. You can volunteer to turn out the vote in America from another country. The only thing is you cannot accept payment to do so. What will the super radical Midwest Dems do if Trump wins? Probably try and shore up their protection of minorities and, like, you know, try to weather the storm, as it were. Neuron, you don't know what the troubles are? Oh boy, I don't have time to get into that. All right. Folks, been going for 4.5 hours. Hit the follow button on Twitch. We are currently like 80 follows away from 10K. It'd be really lovely to hit that. And if you're over on YouTube, remember, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And folks, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because they are fundamentally what allow me to continue to exist. Without your support, without your subs, without your donos, I wouldn't be able to pay rent or buy food or have health insurance. It's only with your support that I am able to continue making this content. So I'm forever grateful to you guys who support me with, again, your subs and donos, and I hope you'll continue to support me going forward, especially when I do hard streams like this. You know, like, there are a lot more fun things I know I could do as a streamer that would probably make me a lot more money, but I think that this stuff is really important to talk about. And you guys give me the platform to do that, and I really appreciate that about all of y'all. Wait, I'm not logging off. I'm just asking you guys for donos, unless you're going to bed, in which case, good night. I'm once again asking for your subs and donos. Also, Naina, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. You raided like almost an hour ago. Just getting around to seeing that notification now. So thank you very much. Ah, Sheckley, I appreciate being here. Let's see.
Give Jack money,
Matt Yahoo, thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Do we got any Oilers here? Oilers? Do we got any sake tanukis here? That's the real question. Thank you. Good night. Good night, Kitsune Cavalier. Beep boop boop boo. Boop 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 boo. Oil de streamer. All right. I need to drink some water. Been going for 5 hours. Whew. Chat, we haven't even gotten to the segment on Israel, Palestine. Good God. Have any of you seen the debate between Kevin Logan and Brianna Wu? Speaking of. Have any of you watched that? I listened to some of that live. Was it good, VCC TV? Should I cover that, or is that kind of like a waste of my time? Not that Kevin Logan's content is ever a waste of my time. Kev debated Brianna. He did indeed.
I'm making a little monies now, so I want to help out. Cool stream today.
Hi, Progressive. Thank you for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you for sharing a little bit of the monies with me. And I'm glad you're enjoying stream. Kitsune? Oh, Kitsune Cavalier. You get good sleep. It's interesting, I guess. Don't want to spoil anything. Oh, dear. Okay. So, my question is, chat, how many of you would be interested in doing, in me going over the Israel, genocide, all of that jazz, and then covering Kevin Logan debating Brianna Wu? Or is that too much? Is that too much for you guys to handle? I feel like, again, I think it's like a hour-long... it's like an hour-long debate. Was it over her dog shit take? I think so. Enjoy a good edging, so I'm fine with both. Yeah, I did not professionally get along with Brianna.
I've got a bit more oil in the tank.
Oh my goodness.
Consider all of my subs for you to not cover Somerton.
Okay. I think the message I'm overwhelmingly getting from chat is to not cover the James Somerton apology. Maybe I'll just spring that on you guys periodically like a boogeyman. I just like Jack voice in my ears at this hour. You guys do tell me I have a very nice voice to fall asleep to. OS Crane, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. You're a gem, and I appreciate you thoroughly. It's like blackmail with extra steps. Well, I'm nothing if not complicated. Have you learned nothing of women? It's pretty terrible. Yeah, I've heard it's awful. All right, let's see here. Oh, but I did promise you guys good news, and on that note, let's check in with how the Democratic primary is going in Michigan. This is definitely the interesting story of the night. So for those of you, oh my goodness, with 84% of the votes in, we're at 97,000 uncommitted votes. This is crazy.
Why are you HWITE? Re.
Why are you white? OS Crane, thank you for gifting Nikolai Prime a tier 1 sub. OS Crane just oiling the jack engine. Yeah, so again, chat, for those of you who weren't here earlier for the analysis on this, usually in the Michigan Democratic primary, there are around 20,000 uncommitted votes. In an officially organized, this uncommitted vote campaign in Michigan started like a week ago. And they're 5xing it, chat. Like, they're going to crack 100,000 uncommitted votes in Michigan by the time all of these votes are counted. And this is pretty incredible, you know? This is incredible for a few reasons, right? Number one, Democrat establishment folks actually pay attention to primary results in the Democratic primary, because what's an uncommitted vote? Basically, you're saying, I don't know, I'll vote for someone, but the important thing is you're showing up to vote in the Democratic primary, meaning you are a likely Democratic voter, and you are not supportive of the incumbent candidate. That's what's interesting, right? Because this is a small percentage, as Stoudman notes, of the Michigan population, but these are the people who are most likely to vote for Joe Biden.
I can only squeeze out a little drop for Oil Rig Jack LLC before the well goes dry. Next week the drill should hit a new well.
Well, thank you very much, Abyssalis, for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. You're wonderful, and thank you. Couldn't do this without you folks. We'd call it informal. Yeah, so like if this was a competitive primary, who gets the most votes would matter, right? But this isn't a competitive primary. So like there's not really a protest candidate per se. Like one could say Marianne Williamson or Dean Phillips, but like the protest vote is not voting for any of those candidates, right? So there was this idea that really kind of caught fire about a week ago of voting uncommitted, and as a protest against Joe Biden, specifically on Joe Biden's handling of Israel and Palestine and the Gaza genocide, right? And this is wild because the effect that has had in such a short time, obviously with additional lead-in from like people protesting before that, but the fact that this has now reached almost 100,000 speaks to a level of dissatisfaction with Joe Biden that is very difficult for the Democratic Party to ignore, and Joe Biden's campaign to ignore, because of Michigan's very important position as a swing state. Michigan can go either way. So what this is demonstrating is that the Biden campaign needs to recalibrate its messaging, and in fact, Joe Biden himself might need to recalibrate his policy in order to get the uncommitted protest voters on his side. Because again, these are people that the Democratic Party needs to appeal to in order to win the state. And frankly, they can't not. You know, it's not like they can ignore that, really. That this is the Democratic Party. The message being sent here is within. It is hard to deny. The DNC don't care. I disagree. I disagree. I think they care a lot. I don't think they want to. Frankly, I think the DNC knows on some level that if they lost this election, there's not going to be another one. But more than that, it's just like Biden knows that he needs the state. That's why he went to the state to meet with Muslim folk in the state who were dissatisfied, because that's a key demographic he needs to shore up for the general election. I mean, you could say that they don't care, but if they didn't care, they wouldn't send Biden there. He's old. That's work, you know? How many donos to cover Somerton, chat? I mean, right now, I would say it's probably like 15. I think like 15, maybe. I don't know. They're complicit. They want to be the opposition party so they can fundraise. I don't believe that this is the. I don't believe this conspiracism. Sorry. I think that Joe Biden and his campaign largely sit on hubris. I think that they have thought up to this point that they can win without trying to outreach to these minority groups. What this is going to show is that that is actually not the case. And I think that there is a mistake being made, which is that the idea that there is a coherent conspiracy, as opposed to the much more simple explanation of they're just arrogant. And what I happen to believe that they're just arrogant. And I think that's important because if this message goes through, and I think it will, this is something that arrogance can't ignore. I think Democrats are fine generally being in a position of antagonism towards a dominant party, because it definitely does help their fundraising. But I think that a lot of people in the establishment know that Trump is their inherent enemy. Yeah, exactly, psych stud. I think that it is stupidity and arrogance on their part. It is, or maybe willful blindness, perhaps. I don't think it is we're going to purposely lose the election. Again, it's especially not true for Joe Biden. You know, Joe Biden really wants to win the election. He wants to prove to everyone that he is still able to, be the man, hold the office. He wants to, be a two-term president. Because again, in Washington, D.C., if you're a one-term president, you're considered one of the greatest losers of American history. If you're a two-term president, you're a rock star, you know? He wants to leave office as a two-term presidency. So you're saying trotting out John Bon Jovi this summer won't bring out voters? No, I don't think it will. He's fucking 80. Yeah. It turns out 80-year-olds still have ambition. Crazy, I know. You don't stop being a human because you're old. Let him eat ice cream? He doesn't want to eat ice cream. If he wanted to eat ice cream, he could have done that without being president the first time. Like that one lady who donated $1 billion. Yeah, that lady was cool. She should run for president. Again, I hate that you are making me defend Joe Biden being, and my defense of Joe Biden is that he's an arrogant victim of his own hubris, but like there it is, I guess. I did not. Chat, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? We have no other options. Obviously, if we had a younger president with better politics, I would be in favor of that one. But we don't have that. I would also like $1 million. I don't have that. I don't have the magic $1 million button to press that just makes money out of thin air. I don't have that. Instead, I have the option to vote for one guy or another guy. That's it. No, Lady Ringcloud, you're fine. You're fine. Crowdsource the funds to get Jack that button.
Who would you like to have as president? A doddering old man or a doddering old fascist with dementia?
Kathleen Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. But Jack, did you know Biden isn't a leftist? Oh no. I'm just finding out now. So in addition to Joe announcing he's a Zionist again, he went on Seth Meyers and did the Dark Brandon meme with the sunglasses because that's all his campaign is. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate that this is the Sisyphean task we've been handed this election cycle, and it's putting that doddering old fuck into office. I hate it so goddamn much. We have to, and I'm sorry, chat. I don't have a better answer to you guys, other than we have to push that boulder up the hill. Doesn't matter if the DNC wants to lose. Doesn't matter what they all want to have happen. We have to push that boulder up the hill. Otherwise, I just finished a 40-minute long segment about what the alternative is. Like, we just did a 40-minute long segment about the literal verbal manifesto of a Trump second presidency. So, like, our option is literally fascism that will kill all of us, or we have to roll up our sleeves and get this doddering old fool into office. Those are the things. You've covered Project 2025? Yeah, I got a video on the YouTube channel about it. It's all good. Can't push it up plain steps because he'll fall up it once again. God. Yeah, vote or die. Make your choice. Like, oh, the DNC doesn't want to win? Too bad. We have to make it win. That's okay. It just makes our job harder, but fine. Even if you believe that, we still got to make it win. We still got to make it work. I hate it, but sometimes life has no good options. Yeah, Sheckley, exactly, right? Like, sometimes life just fucking sucks. And you don't have the option of a steak dinner. You have to eat one packet of ramen or one instant noodle. That's it. Those are your options. You might want the steak dinner. You got to pick between the two shitty ramens you got. I'm from India. I don't understand U.S. politics. Well, you might have come to the right place. We'll find out in time. Both options are old and senile enough. They both think the world exists in 1986. I was a kid then and I'm old now. How did this happen? I have nostalgia, but not for this. This is educational U.S. politics stream. I hope so. I hope you guys learn from me. Sometimes I feel like I'm just screaming into the void. Can we go back to the Nevada primaries in 2020? Not unless we have time machines. Sneak in the back and steal all of the steaks. Return to tradition. It's true. I haven't changed your vote, Salmon Moose, but that's because you're a salmon and a moose. You lack the opposable thumbs necessary for voting. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to give you guys some good news before we move on to our Israel segment, okay? And that is CBS actually did an interview with Sean Fain, the UAW union leader. And we're going to watch it because I want to. And I think it would be fun and informative and pretty cool to see a union leader on national television. So let's give that a look. Let's see what happens when you actually leverage union power on a national stage. Let's take a look, shall we?
The first labor union in the United States for cobblers and leather workers dates all the way back to 1794. Centuries later, workers are still fighting for what they believe is their fair share. And one man is leading the charge. Robert Costa catches up with UAW leader Sean Fain.
I mean, that's a great intro. I just want to say, I don't know exactly how, but this man is a cartoon character. I feel like he's not bound, not Sean Fain, the presenter here. I feel like he's not bound by the same rules of reality that we are. And I can't really pinpoint why. He just looks like he'd be a character in like a Pixar film or like some kind of Acme cartoon. I don't know. I don't know how to really like explain why that impression is coming off so hard to me, but it is. Looks like he's about to pull out like a comically large bomb, like light it and then snicker at the camera before rushing out comedically in a cloud of smoke.
Earlier this month, President Joe Biden paid a visit to the critical battleground state of Michigan. He came to Detroit, Motor City, to court union voters.
See, again, like this is important. He's literally trying to shore up support in this state by appealing to like Michigan's union roots. And that's what makes this primary result really troubling for him.
Of Michigan, he came to Detroit, Motor City, to court union voters.
You know what the hell is going to happen if this man's not president, because we've seen what happened. Labor went backwards.
Biden had just won the United Auto Workers endorsement, and he was eager to share the spotlight with UAW President Sean Fain.
You all are the ones that brung me to the dance, and I never left you. I never left you.
So, Mr. President, Sean Fain tells me that he wants to ramp up his fight, not just with auto companies, but with corporate leaders nationwide over unions and workers' rights.
Let's go.
Are you with him?
Absolutely, positively. Look, I don't have anything against corporations. You just got to start paying their fair share. And the idea we have 1,000 billionaires paying an average of 8.2% in federal tax? Come on, man. Wall Street didn't build the country. The middle.
Like, if this was the main messaging of the Biden campaign and he was actually putting pressure on Israel to end the genocide and had been for you know, the last several months, if this was the main messaging of his campaign, this would be like historic for a US president, you know?
Class built the country.
Last September, Biden was the first sitting president to walk a union picket line, showing his support for the unprecedented 6-week walkout at all of the big three car makers.
General Motors reached a tentative agreement. And
the UAW went on to win historic contracts for 150,000 of its members, making Shawn Fain the standard bearer for the labor movement's comeback in 2023.
This is what happens when workers get power. When the workers got this union back, they were able to elect their top leadership for the first time in history. Then we saw massive change in a short amount of time, and we're going to continue to do that.
Hell yeah.
You've shaken up the place.
Well, that's what they elected me for.
Fain was the first UAW president elected directly by membership.
Unions!
And within months, he led shutdowns on assembly lines at Ford, GM, and Chrysler Jeep parent company Stellantis.
Also, trans kits, etc. Thank you for the $10 dono over in the $10 super chat over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate the support. Thank you so goddamn much.
Why we keep filing the offers in their proper filing cabinet back here, and they just keep filling that thing up until they want to get serious.
He broke with tradition by broadcasting updates via Facebook to union members and the world at large.
All three.
I love Shawn Fain. I love him so much. What a cool guy.
Companies wanted concessions on profit sharing, and we said hell no.
Why bring people into the process when usually these negotiations happen behind closed doors?
It was important to us to be, open and transparent with the membership, not just in bargaining, but just in everything we're doing.
The unions.
Also, can I say, I think this might be the first time I've ever seen a nationally televised interview with a radical union leader, like a radically progressive union leader. It feels good, man. It feels real good.
New contracts not only make up for pay cuts workers took more than 15 years ago during the Great Recession, they provide a foothold for the union in Detroit's electric vehicle future. Ford CEO Jim Farley recently warned the contracts will have, quote, a business impact on the automaker. Fain says impact is what he's all about.
I remember my grandfather talking about the 110-day strike at Chrysler back in 1950 to get pensions.
A native of Kokomo, Indiana, the 55-year-old came up the ranks as an electrician and still carries his grandfather's union pay stub in his pocket.
If you would ask me when I was in high school, are you going to be an electrician one day? I would have laughed and been like, are you kidding me? I went on unemployment a few times and dealt with that system. When my first daughter was born, we were getting WIC. We were getting formula and diapers. It was a humbling experience. But experiences like that, they laid a groundwork for me for what was important in life and why things mattered and why wages mattered, why having good jobs mattered, why having good benefits mattered.
From Hollywood actors and writers to hotel and hospital workers, even neighborhood baristas. Last year's labor protests were like a dam bursting. From 2021 to 2023, the big three automakers took in over $100 billion in profits, while average auto worker pay has fallen nearly 20% from pre-recession levels.
That's $100 billion in profit, chat. $100 billion in profit. The only thing that beats that, only thing that beats $100 billion arrayed against you, worker power. Solidarity. Solidarity forever.
What gave us power at the bargaining table was the companies saw how eager members were to go out on strike. And when we were calling plants to go out on strike, the plants that didn't get called were disappointed. It was just a matter of when and how long it was going to take, because I knew our members had the resolve to make it happen. This was our generation's defining moment.
If unions don't run the kind of campaigns that force employers to come to the table and bargain with them because the cost of not bargaining with them is greater than the cost of bargaining with them, they aren't going to be able to build their power and organize more workers. Workers aren't stupid. They know that the companies weren't going to give them that bump.
Kate Brofenbrenner is a professor at Cornell University's School of Industrial and Labor Relations. She notes the American public sided overwhelmingly with striking auto workers.
They had given huge concessions in 2007. Now the companies were making money and they weren't sharing it. They had risked their lives during COVID.
Well, and this is the thing, right? And I think this is like one of the fundamental myths and lies perpetuated by neoliberalism, which is that the profits and the prosperity of a successful company will be shared with the workers. You know, it's like a little bit more, it's like a slightly more advanced form of trickle-down economics. Except instead of like, oh, the rich and the wealthy will buy yachts, and that will, employ people on the yachts, and that will then cause the money to trickle down on the little people. Instead of that, it's more so, oh, prosperous companies that do well will share their, their wealth, their profits with their workers. And that's just not true. I think a lot of people were duped for like 20, 30 years by the idea. And these are people on, left-leaning individuals, were duped by like the Clinton years into thinking that, oh, these profitable companies will share those profits, and a rising tide raises all boats. So the companies are the rising tides, and the reality is that never happened. You can find outliers perhaps where that happened, but for the vast majority of companies, that never happened. It was just an excuse to siphon off more and more money for investors, for the board of directors, for the CEO, for the company nest egg, the company's massive war chest, so that it could outlast any potential work stoppage. So, yeah. I find this this narrative is flawed, because the only way you actually get workers the compensation they're owed is by showing solidarity together, by organizing together, by rolling up your sleeves and getting into the shit together. It's the only way. Companies don't have hearts. People do.
And so he did a very good job of getting the public to see those issues. This was about something that was fair, and this was just, and that we're living in a time where corporations are taking too much.
Do you think some of these corporate leaders misunderstand you? You're mild-mannered, you're professional, you have glasses on, nice guy, but you also rail against the billionaire class, and you wear T-shirts at times that say, "Eat the rich."
I don't think billionaires should exist. No one needs that much money. I think it's inhumane. Pick any city, walk around, you see people starving, people without basic necessities. There's no excuse for that. And it's not because people are lazy or don't want to work. The billionaires that keep amassing more and more wealth so they can build rocket ships and do whatever the hell they want to do, that does nothing for humanity.
Your critics say that's class warfare.
Yeah, class warfare has been going on in this country for the last 40 years. The billionaire class has been taking everything and leaving the working class with nothing.
So you welcome it. You want the...
Yeah, some of your critics say that's class warfare, and like he's like, yeah. Class warfare has been going on for a long time. Welcome to the party, pal. Oh my God.
It's always, whenever working class people ever step up and say, this is wrong, we want it to stop, all of a sudden, oh, it's class warfare, it's the end of the world.
If there is a labor war being waged in America, the front lines are here.
Is it right for Chattanooga to
in the non-union factories of the Midwest and South.
Damn, that is drip. Damn, that's drip. I respect this incredible outfit. Holy moly. This is a D&D. This person's a D&D character about to give you a quest.
out a union?
Volkswagen's
That quest is
plant
to
in
organize your
Chattanooga,
workplace.
Tennessee, builds their latest electric cars, and it's a top target of UAW organizers.
When the company uses fear, we're going to come back with facts. And these are the facts. You know, Volkswagen made $78 billion since 2020 in profit. They paid out $24 billion in dividends to corporate executives and shareholders. The CEO of Volkswagen makes $12 million a year.
The UAW has tried twice before in the past decade to organize here. What's changed since then? After the UAW's recent victories, non-union automakers, including Honda, Toyota, Hyundai, and VW, offered raises too.
I respect the work you're doing, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
But the extra pay came without the union's benefits or job protections.
You just had the strike with the big three. Why not take it down a notch? Why come into this tough territory in the South?
Oh, no, we don't ever rest. I mean, that's, workers deserve justice.
He wouldn't take the letter.
We were there in December when workers tried to petition management for a meeting with organizers. Volkswagen tells Sunday Morning they respect workers' democratic right to determine who should represent their interests.
The unions.
But Volkswagen worker Sean Lawler says skepticism of the UAW runs deep in the community.
How does your family see unions?
They don't see it as a good opportunity. They see layoffs.
What do they call unions?
They call them communists.
They call them communists?
Yes.
Volkswagen works the
Ah, yeah, you know, the famous communist movement of unions during the Cold War.
same way all over the world.
Still, after the UAW's success last year, 13-year Volkswagen employee Vicky Holloway says the union's time has come.
I really think we have a chance this time. Unless your eyes are just closed and your ears and you just don't hear anything, then you realize that we do need a union.
The UAW now says a union vote in Chattanooga is approaching. It will be another defining moment for Shawn Fain and for the American labor movement.
You know, organized labor led the way for the American dream, and that's fallen by the wayside over the last 40 years, and it is our obligation to humanity to change that.
You're not going to give up on that?
Not at all. That's the mission.
I do not exaggerate when I say Shawn Fain should run for president. I think Shawn Fain should run to be president of the United States in the Democratic Party in 2028. I think he'd win, frankly. The good he has done for the working people of America cannot be understated. And I say that beyond just the UAW, because one of the things that's really great about Shawn Fain is that he understands the systemic nature of the economy, of the time we live in, right? Like, what I respect about him is he's dedicated to organizing not just like the auto industry, but also other industries, you know? Like, how do I even put this? One of the things that he's been doing is he's been organizing with other unions besides the UAW to get contracts all on similar timelines, right? With the goal of moving our unionized workforce towards the ability to do a general strike. And I think that's really, really wonderful. I think that's really, really cool. I think that has the possibility of actually working. We would see the absolute worst of the DNC, less of an assassination attempt. You know, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? When you're as prolific an organizer as Sean Fain, you've seen the company men come to try and break up your organizing attempts. You've seen far worse than what the DNC can do to you. All right? The story of union leaders in America is riddled with disparity and unfairness and literal assassination attempts. So, you know, frankly, I think he would go in expecting unfairness, and I don't think we should go in expecting fairness. But what we go in expecting is to out-organize any bullshit they can throw our way. You organize over and over and over again. You get more and more people until there is a swell, a groundswell, a grassroots movement that overwhelms their bullshit. And Bernie came real fucking close. Real fucking close. Which means someone else can get even closer. And I think Sean Fain could be that person. In the field of potential 2028 candidates, he like, I mean, obviously he hasn't announced any intention to run for president. But if he did, I kind of think he could win. It looks like we have a few seconds left of this. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Oh, wait. There were 33 major strikes in the U.S. last year involving 458,900 workers. It was the biggest number of large, at least 1,000 workers, work stoppages in more than 20 years. Yeah. Yeah, Eddie, I get it. I get it. It's not fair. It's not fair. It never has been, and it's never going to be. If you're going in expecting a level playing field, you've already lost. Like, you know, sorry. We're dealt the shit hands we're dealt with, and either we accept it passively like serfs in a medieval farm, or we say, fuck it, let's storm the Bastille. And you know what? I think eventually, maybe it won't be him, but it will be someone. We'll win, but we gotta keep trying. Gotta keep trying. My dad always said, life's not fair. Whoever told you it is lied to you. Yep. Anyway, Sean Fain. What a king. What a king. All right, folks, we've been going for 5.5 hours. If you've been enjoying stream or learning anything or getting anything out of it, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. All those things are really important, especially for my my obsessive brain that likes seeing smaller numbers become bigger numbers. And also consider dropping some subs or donos, because those would allow me to continue making content. I wouldn't be able to sit here and do 5.5 hours of content until 2 o'clock in the morning without your support. So consider dropping those subs and donos. Number go up. For real though, numbers going up is fire. I mean, it's the central premise of like 80% of video games. I think Pritzker is going to run in 2028. And honestly, I'd prefer Pritzker to Newsom. Whitmer has a shot, I think, but I guess of the three of them, I'd prefer Pritzker. Bigger numbers, more numbers. See how we doing on viewers? You know, just for my edification, how many we got here? All right, we got like 225-ish people here. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good number. A lot of people not hitting the like button on the stream, but that's okay. All right. Chocolate milk, hands down. Big problems need big solutions. I agree, Annie Bo. I think Sean Fain could do it. I don't even know if that idea is on his radar at all as an even potential possibility, but like, let's get our first union president. How cool would that be? All right, time to get into our next big segment here. Just got to organize my tabs a little bit. Hit the like, 3 websites to look at if I want to see Psycho chat on Twitch. Honestly, yeah, Twitch. Honestly, the Vosh raid made Twitch chat less psycho. Before we were getting like hate watched by like some conservative dipshit channel that was like having like emoji dicks being spammed in the chat. Being a trans streamer is fun, you know, especially being a trans streamer with big boobs. It's great. I love being sexually harassed every day at work. Gotta take care of yourself. I'm trying. We stand Big Booba here. Well, appreciate it. Oh, hey, Collab Rec. Sorry, normally remember to hit the like button. Was dealing with some not great things at the moment. Jammer CZ, I understand. I had a small mental breakdown yesterday, so I get it. I get it. I had a cry in a stairwell yesterday. I get it. Hey, Weird Beards. Hello, BB Junkie. All right. Let's see. I don't know if I organized these tabs correctly, but, you know, we'll do what we can with what we've got. Tier Star.
The coziest late night streams Peepo hug.
Thank you. I'm glad I can tell you guys about the horrors of the world and it's still a cozy stream. I feel like that's a hard line to walk. Thank you for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate it. I'm more used to seeing them coming from Russian politics channels, the people you see at the top of politics channel, and presumably the Genghis Khan person. But anti-trans is same deal, I assume. Is the Genghis Khan person that Hodge? Is it Hodge? Real women need real cries now and then. It's true. It's true. Good morning, Mellowfire. The content may suck / be rough, but the streamer makes it cozy. Thank you. Winby, I'm glad you're here with me. Here at the end of all things. Hazgis Khan. Hope you're feeling okay today. I am feeling okay today. I had very good sex, and it fixed me. Hazgis Khan? Nah, it's fine. Let's see. I don't know if Haz specifically, but that's a meme on Billy that Infrared draws from. Gotcha. Yeah, good sex, and I started the day out with like rice, red beans, and like fried eggs, and amazing meal. Jack, you quoted Samwise for me. You deserve it, Winby. All right. Let's, maybe we'll ease into this a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Now, I do want to, preface that, what we're going to be talking about here is going to be rough. Was the good sex with a good boy? No, it was with my very lesbian partner. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try and open with some good news, I guess, out of Israel and the Gaza Strip. But I'm not going to sugarcoat it, folks. This is going to be rough, so gird yourselves. All right. Okay. Oh shit, here we go again. There's a stream Vosh did with Radical Dino on China that talks about that meme culture, the Eurasian nonsense. If you ever want to have your mind open to that world, Radical Dino is very good. I've watched that. That video. Vosh is like one of the few content creators I actually like keep up with, so I have seen that. I've also personally interacted with Haz / Infrared, so I'm pretty aware of his dipshit shenanigans. All right. I'm going to try and keep my shit together through this. So let's dive right in, shall we? There are only 2 holes. Whoa. All right. Put the crab in the pot. Ah! Thank you for coming. All right. Sorry. Back on topic. Also, I'm a little bit, you can maybe tell I'm a little bit sick. Apologies if I'm a little congested. Okay. Okay. So, we're going to talk about Israel and Gaza and the Gaza Strip. And there's going to be some talk about atrocities, war crimes, genocide, and frankly, we're also going to be talking about Aaron Bushnell, the member of the U.S. Air Force who self-immolated. So I'm just letting you guys know that off the bat, because we're about to get into this, and that could be a lot for some of you. I do want to preface that I'm not going to play for you the footage of the self-immolation that is out there. I want you all to know I'm not just going to throw that at you unexpectedly. It is genuinely horrific to watch. And I completely understand people not wanting that seared into their brain. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So, let's start with the good news here. Ireland's Senate has just unanimously voted to impose sanctions against Israel, actively prevent the passage of U.S. weapons through Irish airspace to Israel, and advocate for an international arms embargo on Israel. Ireland just being kind of based. Ireland, my God. I support all of these things. I think these are great ideas. Follow through would be great from other countries, but I'll take it where we can find this type of solidarity, This is maybe, I would say that this is also horrific, but in a positive way. You see, it seems as if Israel and Israeli citizens are hitting a point where they're realizing that the IDF, the official policy of the IDF, is to kill hostages if it means killing members of Hamas. As long as you kill members of Hamas, it's fine to kill hostages, which is leading to the IDF killing hostages. There are numerous stories of the IDF bombing hostages, shooting hostages, traveling under white flags of truce. It is truly horrible, and the Netanyahu government is now clamping down on pro-hostage protests that are anti-war and anti-Netanyahu. We all know about the Hannibal Directive. I don't think a lot of people know that the official policy of the IDF, which is called the Hannibal Directive, is that you should not allow anyone to be captured by Hamas to be used as leverage. Like, the Hannibal Directive specifically tells soldiers to kill any soldier that might be captured by an enemy, so that they can't be used to as leverage against Israel. It is really disgusting, essentially. But what's happening right now is that these protests are reaching levels that rival the anti-judicial reform that Netanyahu was trying to pass that would have effectively made him a dictator in Israel. There were millions of people turning out to those protests to stop that legislation. And now the IDF is being used to clamp down on these domestic protests.
באותו זמן מילואימניקים קורסים בלי תמיכה ותקציב שהובטח להם, מפקירים את גורלם. ממשלה למטרות יחסי ציבור בבית החולים סירב אור להיפגש איתו.
All of these people are protesting the Netanyahu government. They're protesting the war in Gaza, and they want the hostages to actually be returned in one piece as opposed to blown to pieces.
על הבמה הזו, ביחד, אנו אומרים כי אנחנו מאמינים בנציגי ישראל.
This, by the way, includes the families of hostages that are worried the IDF is going to kill them. So they want to bring about the end of this conflict to save their loved ones in Hamas custody. Some of these protesters are also hostages that have been returned by Hamas.
די לכאב המשפחות מעל ל-140 ימים אם לא יקודם מתווה
Right now, we're up to 5 different individual protests. Remember, they're targeting with these high-pressure hoses the families of hostages, or even former hostages themselves. All of this is to show that domestic pressure is mounting for this conflict to be brought to an end, which is good. I think a lot of the perspective we have here in America is that it's the Israeli government is unified. All the people of Israel are all unified against the Palestinians in Gaza. That's not true. There is a portion of the population that cares about the well-being of the hostages and that does not support genocide in the Gaza Strip. and they're getting louder by the day. And frankly, I was really happy to see this protest footage come out, because it means that something good is happening. There's some momentum building, even within the deeply conservative country of Israel. This is happening. It's not, maybe it's not too far gone to change, to oust Netanyahu, to, I guess, siphon the poison out of the state of Israel that is festering it with fascism. And I think that is good, and it's something we should keep in mind. Obviously, this is not going to be true for all of Israel. It's not going to be true, maybe even for the majority of Israel. But the fact that these people exist, that these people are putting their bodies on the line here, that means something. It matters. And I think we should also just take a look at this. We've had very little footage of what the broader Gaza Strip looks like at the moment. Largely, it's being delivered in still photos, allowed out by the IDF. But thankfully, soldiers within the IDF continually post more footage like this. Here's a drone shot from the Gaza Strip. We don't get many shots like this. Specifically to not... this is specifically denied the ability to be posted, generally, because of what this conveys. This is like a total and complete destruction. Like, it's hard for me to put into words this is really telling. The IDF stands for this. The Israeli government stands for this. This is elimination. You know? What the fuck did they do to it? I mean, chat, we knew that, like, as of like a month ago, like 85 to 90% of all residential buildings in northern Gaza were gone. Show everyone Gaza before for context. That's a good idea. I mean, Reuters put out like a before and after video, but this is from 3 months ago, chat. This is a before and after of the same location in the Gaza Strip. This was 3 months ago. It's been continually bombed since then. Like the place is rubble. And this is again 3 months ago. It's worse now. All of this has been bombed several times over again. When war happens in war, I'm sorry. The total casualties inflicted on IDF soldiers within Gaza have been like 230 something. Like 230 IDF soldiers have died. Over 10,000 children have been killed by the IDF. That's not war. The displacement of several million, 2.4 million people, that's ethnic cleansing. That's not war. What you're talking about is genocide. Straight facts. What you right now are just, yeah, genocide is war. No, it's not. No. I'm sorry. The only joker here is someone who's absolutely incapable of identifying mass
This is
displacement,
America's fault
ethnic
we shall
cleansing.
not be funding Israel.
Yeah. Nah. Imagine being so brain dead, you're like, oh, I can't identify a genocide. That's just war. That's you right now. Now, those tens of thousands of children totally had it coming, bro. They all invaded Israel together, you know? It was like Home Alone, but reverse, on a mass scale. Yeah, you're right. Totally. Have you ever seen the movie Hook? It was like the finale of Hook. All those children bangaranged into Israel. You know, you see the IDF had to kill them because it's war. Both parties have innocents dying. Which party has, like, 15,000 children dead? And deliberately targeted because they were killed in schools and hospitals? Which group of people has 90% of the children under 5 currently dying of infectious diseases? Preventable infectious diseases. You're here being like, well, you know, that's just how it goes. 90% of the children under 5 have to die in the Gaza Strip. That's you right now. How the fuck do you sleep at night, bro? Oh, well, they were asking for it. Absolutely insane, childish clown behavior on your part. I was in Fallujah. That was the bloodiest conflict we were involved with in the Middle East. That city didn't even look that bad after. Gaza looks worse than Fallujah. Absolutely does. Yeah, I mean, it's true. The country that is predominantly children really had it coming. You know, the IDF just had to slaughter children. That was something they had to do. Do you have like a better argument at all Like, do you even have an argument, or are you just like okay with slaughtering children? I don't think Batman would be in favor of slaughtering children. I accept the reality of the world. I also accept the reality of the world, and the reality of the world is that genocide is condemned internationally and should be intervened against. This is what happens in war. Wait, The Dark Knight, is that something you would say about, like, the Holocaust? That's just war? Was the Holocaust just war? That's just something that happens in war, you know? The systematic slaughter of civilians. That's just what happens in war, right? That's what you're arguing right now. That's just the reality of the world. Right? The Holocaust was just war? Now, this one's actually in YouTube chat. Interesting. Interesting change of pace. Boop, 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 boop. I'm going to give you like 15 seconds to respond. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, damn, you're too dull-witted to actually respond. That's insane. Bye. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked that someone too dipshitted to understand any of the messaging of Batman would not have a response to being able to identify genocide. I'm shocked. My God. You know, it's pretty incredible, right? Like 30,000 civilians have died. And by the way, I'm not joking. 90% of children under 5 years old currently are starving in the Gaza Strip. 90% of them, or was it 90%? Or no, 90% of them are currently dying of infectious diseases that are preventable with antibiotics. But guess who's preventing the antibiotics, chat? From getting into the country. From getting into the territory. Guess who's behind that? It's crazy. You'll never guess. I like the parts of Batman where he acts like the Nazis. Yeah. I love how so many of these vigilante types come in here to spout absolute garbage, then lose sack when you actually challenge them. Well, yeah, because their point is completely asinine. Just completely asinine. Oh yeah, you know, the IDF just had to kill thousands upon thousands of children. Is an insane position to have. You know, you'd be able, by the way, even if you boiled it down to, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, even if you boiled this down to like oh man, there's only one member of Hamas, and they broke into a bank and are holding the bank hostage, you don't just blow up the entire bank to kill the member of Hamas. But that is exactly what the IDF does. They kill everyone in the bank in order to kill that Hamas member. You know, they'll say, well, you know, there's nothing else we could do. They're hiding among the civilian population. But guess what you don't do? You don't just kill the civilians in that scenario. Kawazar Moose, elaborate on your point quickly. Otherwise, you're gonna get banned. I don't fuck with anti-Semitism. Yeah, is there a school shooter like hold up somewhere within the school? Just kill everyone in the school. No more people for the school shooter to kill, and you kill the school shooter. Like that's the same point. Okay, pro tip, Kawazar Moose. If you're going to be talking about Israel, say Israel. Because the Jews aren't Israel. And Israel is not the Jews. Those are two distinct things. Israel is a state taking state actions. Jewish people are a diverse group of folks. Not all Jews support the state of Israel. Conflating the two is very, very dangerous, and I'm not going to have that in my chat. For reasons that should be pretty obvious. They call themselves Jews. All right. Bye. I'm not going to play around with this, folks. If you're going to be a fucking idiot in my chat, you're going to get banned. Sorry. You know, this topic always brings out the classiest of individuals. Yeah, the Jews are behind it. No, it's not the Jews, dipshit. It's Israel. Israel is a state. Jews are people. Probably Batman's alt, probably. All right, before I continue on, do we have any other bad faith imbeciles in chat who want to, like, make themselves known? You know, it's a good moment for us to maybe get some of the chaff out of our community. Say whatever you want about the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. The U.S. did a lot of messed up stuff, but 99.9% of the time we followed ROE. And at least my directive was always limited collateral damage. Oh. According to AP, though, 57% of Gazans supported the attack on Israel. Citation needed. You know, I also just always find it really interesting, right? Where do you suppose they're doing the polling for that? Are they calling up people in Gaza and doing surveys? Are they shooting emails to the people in the Gaza Strip without internet access? Does the AP have, like, people on the ground doing surveys in the middle of being bombed? How are they getting that information? You can make some claim that it's fake news. I don't know if it's fake news or not. Do you have a citation for that? You know what? I'll Google it. 57% of Gaza support October 7. Let's see. Well, here would be why. And I feel like I shouldn't have to do this, because it should be pretty apparent. Palestinian poll shows rise in Hamas support, and close to 90% wanting US-backed Abbas to resign. So I wonder why there would be a rise in Hamas support. I wonder why that would be. Oh, because this is from December 13th of 2023. This is from after October 7th, when millions of people were displaced by a massive bombing campaign. Wow. I wonder why the civilians who are being indiscriminately bombed by a hostile occupying power might support any kind of resistance against that. Gee, I can't figure it out, William of Orange. Can you think of any ideas? I'm not saying it's surprising, but you're implying that the massacre of civilians by Hamas is not widely supported by Palestinians. Would it have been supported prior to the massive bombing attack on the Gaza Strip? That's hard to say. Yeah, well, I think that there's a gigantic confounding variable that is, oddly enough, completely absent from your initial reporting of this survey. I'm not sure they have polling data for how many civilians should be killed before they did polling. The only person that seems to have evidence... No, the point I'm making to you, and I'm going to try to use small words so you understand, okay? The point I'm making to you is that your one data point that you're citing here was taken after millions of people in the Gaza Strip were displaced from their homes. After 85% of the residential areas in the Gaza Strip, in the northern Gaza Strip, were destroyed. We literally just watched a before and after. This is from roughly when that survey was taken. Can you think of anything that might have, I don't know, influenced the results of that survey? And if you can, then it might seem like your data point is heavily biased. Newsflash: a majority of Americans were really gung-ho about going to war with Japan after Pearl Harbor. Oh my god! What a revelation. Whoa. Oh man, I can't think of any reason why the people who used to live here might have a biased response to these polling questions. I mean, all you're suggesting is that they retroactively changed their mind about killing civilians and are making an appeal. Yes, people make decisions based on their feelings. It's a poll. It's asking them about their feelings and opinions. That's what it's specifically about. To gauge their current feelings and opinions, which may have been different prior to 85% of their homes being bombed into ash. Are you on, what's the issue here? Like, are you currently like trying to make this point and like someone has a gun pointed at your head and you just can't like understand obvious points because you're trying to like indicate you need us to call the police to help you? Like, what, like this is the only venue, like this is the only way you can communicate with the outside world? Like what's going on here? Like why are you completely unable to understand the basic logic I'm presenting to you here? Wait, chat. Anyone who's not William of Orange, do you guys understand the point I'm trying to make? Do you guys understand the point I'm trying to make? Am I being unclear? Yes, you guys understand? Pretty easily, obviously. Yes, yep, I do. 100%. Yep, completely. Yes. Yep. Okay, cool. I understand the logic of it. I don't see why it's necessarily true, and I actually cited something. Your citation is the same thing that I showed on screen. Right here. The issue is that this reporting was on December 13th. The thing you are citing here is months later. And based on a sample size of 481 people randomly encountered on the street during a ceasefire. That ceasefire only happened after months of bombing. So I feel like your citation is in incredibly bad faith. You understand the logic of my objection, and my objection to your citation, your one data point, is entirely contingent on your data point. Click here to destroy this guy's argument? Oh man, that's crazy. Oh well. What is this? Oh, a public opinion poll. Oh, interesting. This is a public opinion poll from the 6th to the 9th of September, 2023, immediately prior to October 7th. That's crazy. I wonder if maybe there's a point here. Domestic conditions, 87% believe corruption exists in PA institutions. 72% believe corruption exists in the institutions controlled by Hamas. 62% think the Palestinian Authority is now a burden on the Palestinian people, and 35% think it is an asset. That is interesting, indeed. Interesting. So, yeah. Are any of those relevant? Let's see. Oh, interesting. We asked about the internal Palestinian reconciliation. The poll found the vast majority believes that the meeting of the leadership of factions in the Egyptian city of El Alamein about 2 months ago was a failure. Among those who view the meeting as a failure, the percentage that places the blame on the Fatah leadership is greater than those who blame Hamas. However, 1/3 of the public places the blame for the failure on other parties. That's very interesting here. Let's just take a look here. Oh, perhaps the reason why Hamas's standing has not improved is the recent marches in the Gaza Strip demanding better living conditions. Wow, that's crazy. You mean they did not like Hamas prior to this? Boo, 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 boo. In parliamentary elections, Fatah wins 36% of the vote and Hamas wins 34%. Weird. It's almost like Hamas isn't that popular. Literally, if parliamentary elections were held at the time of this polling, Fatah would have beaten Hamas. That's crazy. That's wild. %74% believe Hamas is corrupt. Only 39% believe criticism of the Hamas Authority can be made without fear. And 59% believe it is not possible to criticize Hamas. That sounds like a really popular political organization. What's this? Oh, weird. We can take a look at the West Bank. At the same time, 44% of the West Bank said they supported Hamas, up from just 12% in September. Literally, it created a 32-point swing in opinion. I was just confused because the claim was the study happened after the attacks. Yeah, this fucking study that you cited, dipshit, from the AP, the poll that they did during the ceasefire. The poll that you cited from the AP, the polling data you cited, is from after the bombing started for months. What is difficult for you to understand? The poll I was looking at here is from a month before the bombing started. Do you have like reading comprehension issues? Like what's the deal? let's see. No, what I've said is clear and consistent. 57% of people in Gaza support the attacks based on the polling, which you say is only after retaliation, which will affect the numbers. Fine. However, I never said anything about support of Hamas. Hamas is the one that carried out the attacks. How is that not directly correlated? You understand that that would be directly related, right? Like you understand that Hamas was the one that did the attacks. And it's also the government in the Gaza Strip. It's the government in the Gaza Strip that the majority of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip say you can't criticize because they might kill you. You can support attacks against Israel and be against Hamas at the same time? Or is that too complicated a thought? William of Orange. Were you, like, dropped on your head as a baby? Or, like, maybe there was, like, an unfortunate accident when you were, like, 10 and, like, your mom hit you in the head with a shovel? Is that what happened? Did you, like, get trapped under ice while swimming someday and just, like, your brain was deprived of oxygen? I'm just asking because, like, your argument here is essentially that your proof that Palestinians in the Gaza Strip support the Hamas attack is that after millions of them had been displaced and they'd been, and thousands, if not tens of thousands by that point, had been killed, they supported an attack on Israel. That's your argument, right? And, like, my point is, how is that at all surprising? And your point is that it justifies what exactly? I'd like to see at least some data. It's the data you cited. The data you cited is what I am pointing towards. Which is why I'm having... And everyone in chat, everyone here understands the point I'm making, except you. Which is why I'm asking if there's something particularly special about you. Like, did you get, like, a rail spike, like, impaled through your skull or something? Like, what? That's why I'm asking what makes your brain special that you don't understand. Because every time I bring this up, you're like, oh, I don't disagree, and I follow the logic, but you don't seem to. So I'm wondering why not. I was hit in the middle of my forehead by a 4-way tire iron as a child, and I have no challenge in understanding all of this. Cool. I'm not going on assumptions here. I'm going off of the data you cited. You're the one trying to say this is somehow emblematic of the opinion in the Gaza Strip always. No, that's too far. Then why? Okay, then what's your point? What's your point in trying to cite this data? What are you trying to do with it exactly? Wait, what? No, that's too far. Okay, then what are you trying to do with it? What's the point you're trying to make? I was trying to show that your claims that the attacks on Israel are not popular and that the Palestinians in general do not hate and want to attack Israel are unfounded. Then why are you citing data that obviously has the incredibly huge confounding variable of millions of them being displaced and bombed? If that's your goal, then your data is hopelessly corrupted by that fact. I was literally blown up and had a TBI, and I can understand this. This dude is brain dead. Yeah, I've wasted too much time. I've wasted far, far, far too much time. It's the AP. I thought it was neutral enough for you to at least consider it. The issue isn't with the data in the AP. The issue is that you are not considering all of the data in that AP that you cited in your own citation. The issue is, you know what the confounding variable is here. And instead of, like, addressing that, instead of, like, understanding that that completely ruins your point, you're trying to ignore that it ruins your point. It's not the bias of the AP that's the issue. The confounding variable is known. I'm sorry. You know this. You said you already followed my logic. If you displace millions of people, and then you put in like a poll of those people, hey, do you support an attack against the people who displaced you from your home? More people are going to say yes. This isn't rocket science. This isn't difficult. Now you might be like, well, we don't know the extent to which more people would say that yes, but you know that more people would say yes. Is it one? Okay, fine. The effect of the confound. No. Okay, can we at least agree that millions of people being displaced from their homes would increase the amount of people who support an attack against the people who displaced them from their homes? Can you imagine you're displaced by your home from your home? Would you be more supportive of an attack against the people who forced you out of your home unjustly and then like killed half your family? Would you be supportive of that? Can I just get a yes or no? Just answer my goddamn question. Do you think there's a scenario in which millions of people who've been displaced from their homes are less supportive of an attack against the entity that like forced them from their homes? Do you think that there is that possibility? I see. Yes, I see how that's possible. You're making a huge assumption about the effect. I don't think I really am. Because again, we could look at the same data you cited shows the support of Hamas in the West Bank going from 12% to 44%. That's a swing of over 30 points. So, if we use that as a baseline from the data you cited, by the way, we can kind of come to a conclusion about how this probably affected support in the Gaza Strip. This is from your citation. Why would you think support of Hamas is directly correlated with hatred of Israel? Because Hamas hates Israel. That's why. Because the political organization of Hamas is anti-Israel. That's why. because the political organization of Hamas carried out the October 7th attacks. The attacks you're talking about. You haven't really answered my question about like the brain damage thing. Did you have you had like a lobotomy recently? Oh, thank God there are commercials. All right, I'm done. I'm wasting my time. I've been asking all this time. About the brain damage of my opponent, but I haven't been considering the brain damage I am inflicting upon myself by simply interacting with someone of this subpar intellect. All right, I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to go point by point through this entire fucking thing. Just to try to mollify one of the dumbest chatters I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Well, we're just going to go through it. A wartime opinion poll among Palestinians published Wednesday shows a rise in support for Hamas, which appears to have ticked up even in the devastated Gaza Strip, and an overwhelming rejection of Western-backed President Mahmoud Abbas, with nearly 90% saying he must resign. The findings by a Palestinian pollster signal more difficulties ahead for the Biden administration's post-war vision for Gaza and raise questions about Israel's stated goal of ending Hamas's military and governing capabilities. Washington also called for the West Bank-based Palestinian Authority, currently led by Abbas, to eventually assume control of Gaza and run both territories as a precursor to statehood. U.S. officials have said the Palestinian Authority must be revitalized without letting on whether this would mean leadership changes. The Palestinian Authority administers pockets of the Israeli occupied West Bank.
Psychic damage?
Is it really worth the psychic damage? The psychic damage is already done. Has governed Gaza until a takeover by Hamas militants in 2007. The Palestinians have not held elections since 2006, when Hamas won a parliamentary majority. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who leads the most right-wing government in Israel's history, has soundly rejected any role for the PA in Gaza and insists Israel must retain open-ended security control there. Arab allies of the U.S. said they'll only get involved in post-war reconstruction if there's credible push toward a two-state solution, which is unlikely under the Netanyahu government dominated by opponents of Palestinian statehood. With survey results indicating a further erosion of the Palestinian Authority's legitimacy at a time when there's no apparent path towards restarting credible negotiations on Palestinian statehood, the default for post-war Gaza is an open-ended Israeli occupation, pollster Khalil Shikaki said. Quote, Israel is stuck in Gaza, Shikaki told the Associated Press ahead of the publication of the survey's results by his Palestinian Center for Public Policy and Survey Research, or PSR. Maybe the next Israeli government will decide that Netanyahu is not right in putting all these conditions, and they might decide to withdraw unilaterally from Gaza, but the default for the future for Israel and Gaza is that Israel is in full reoccupation of Gaza. The survey was conducted from November 22nd to December 2nd among 1,231 people in the West Bank and Gaza and had an error margin of 4 percentage points. In Gaza, poll workers conducted 481 in-person interviews during a week-long ceasefire that ended December 1st. So again, this is almost 2 months after October 7th. Shikaki, who runs regular polls, said the error margin was 1 percentage point higher than usual because of disruptions caused by mass displacement of residents during the Israel-Hamas war. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians had fled fierce fighting in northern Gaza, and poll workers only conducted interviews in central and southern Gaza, including among displaced people, because they could not reach the north during the ceasefire. The survey provided insights about Palestinian views on the October 7th attack by Hamas and other Gaza militants in southern Israel, in which about 1,200 people were killed, most of them civilians. More than 18,400 Palestinians, about two-thirds of them women and children, have been killed in the sustained bombing campaign and ground offensive in Gaza during the Israel's subsequent war on Hamas, now in its third month. So, again, we have 18,400 Palestinians, with the vast majority of them being women and children, having been slaughtered by an air campaign, with tens of thousands more, at least at the time of this, maybe even 100,000 plus more, displaced. So they note this because it might have some bearing on the results. Shikaki said the Gaza residents are more critical of Hamas than those in West Bank. That's interesting. The Gaza residents are more critical of Hamas than those in the West Bank. That support for Hamas typically spikes during periods of armed conflict before leveling out, and that even now most Palestinians do not back the militant group. So this is the data you're citing. The person who gathered the data makes a note here that support for Hamas directly spikes in relation to armed conflict, which is, I think, what you could call 18,400 Palestinians being killed, two-thirds of them being women and children. I think you might be able to call it armed conflict. And that even now, most Palestinians do not back the militant group. That's, oh, wow, okay, they don't back the militant group. Okay, that's very interesting. Despite the devastation, 57% of respondents in Gaza and 82% in the West Bank believe Hamas was correct in launching the October attack, the poll indicated. A large majority believed Hamas's claims that it acted to defend a major Islamic shrine in Jerusalem against Jewish extremists and win the release of Palestinian prisoners. Only 10% said they believed Hamas was committing war crimes, with a large majority saying they did not see videos showing the militants committing atrocities. So, again, interesting confounding variables, I see. The videos, along with extensive eyewitness testimony and reporting by the Associated Press and others, show hundreds of civilians in southern Israel, including women and children, were abducted or gunned down inside their own homes. There's also been accounts of widespread sexual violence. But while Israeli media coverage has focused intensely on the attacks in the weeks since, Palestinian outlets have been fixated on the war in Gaza and the suffering of civilians there. Shikaki said the most popular politician remains Marwan Barghouti, a prominent figure in Abbas's Fatah movement who is serving multiple life terms in Israeli prison for his alleged role in several deadly attacks during the second Palestinian uprising 2 decades ago. In a two-way presidential race, Ismail Haniyeh, the exiled political leader of Hamas, would trounce Abbas, while in a three-way race, Barghouti would be ahead just slightly, the pollster said. Overall, 88% want Abbas to resign, up 10 percentage points from the 3 months ago. In the West Bank, 92% called for the resignation of the octogenarian, who has presided over an administration widely seen as corrupt, autocratic, and ineffective. At the same time, 44% in the West Bank said they supported Hamas, up from just 12% in September. In Gaza, the militants enjoyed 42% support, up slightly from 38% 3 months ago. Shikaki said support for the PA declined further, with nearly 60% now saying it should be dissolved, etc., etc., etc. Netanyahu has attacked Abbas for years. I don't know how much of this is... the poll also signaled widespread frustration with the international community, particularly the United States, key European countries, and even United Nations, which has pushed for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Abbas is old. Well, William of Orange, if we want to play the pedantic game, okay? If we want to play the pedantic game, you're citing data from almost 3 months ago. You're citing data from 3 months ago. How do we know that the data is the same? How do we know that the data is the same now as it was 3 months ago? How do we know? What? Do you not know that time passes? Is the data the same now? We don't, of course, but it's better than conjecture. Oh! We don't! So your conjecture is that it is the same. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. So, just to clarify here. You think that me pointing out that millions of displaced people might have a slightly different view of events in the moment is conjecture. But me pointing out that your data is 3 months old, well, you have to. This is all we can do. It's the best we can do. It's the best we can do. I think it's a fair point, but I think you're overstating the effect. Cool. So my criticism of you is both that I have a fair point against your data, and also your data is 3 months old. So it's an out-of-date poll, which tells us exactly diddly shit about what's going on right now. Right? Oh, Hapsley, you gotta share links not on Twitch. You gotta share them elsewhere. Links don't go through. That's crazy. So you cited useless junk data to me. It's out of date. What use is it to me now? What use is it to us to make any decisions whatsoever? That was 3 months ago. It could be anything now, right? The data could be anything now. Might be 0, might be 100%, who knows? Okay, so if that's your point, are all studies junk? No, not at all. But oddly enough, your polling data, which is rooted in a specific place and time and circumstance, applies to that time and place and circumstance. Interesting. We can take a look. Damn, it's crazy. A 21% increase overall for support for Hamas. That's wild. But our good friend William of Orange here would argue that, of course, support for Hamas has no potential correlation with support of the October 7th attacks. Yeah, there's no relationship at all here. You didn't cite... Again, you're citing a poll. You're citing a poll. You're not citing a study. These are two different things. A poll is a collection of data points. It's not a study. Now, you can just make up whatever you want. It's considered as truth. Well, here's the thing. You're making up a lot of shit right now. You're the one saying, well, you do have a point here, but I'm just going to ignore it. Over and over and over again. You're like, oh, well, you do make a good point. I'm just going to ignore that point, though. What have I made up, though? Well, that you said that 57% currently support the October 7th attacks, right? Or are you being specific that, like, in November / early December of last year, 57% supported the attacks? In which case, what do you want to do with that information? What, and what? Again, what do you want to do with this data? Right? You have a data point from several months ago. What do you want to do with that? Also, can you just answer the question? I'm getting tired of this, and like, you're clearly not up to interacting with me. So like, what's your point? Say I grant you everything you've been a pedantic asshole about. What's your point? My main point is that the attacks on Israel are largely supported by Palestinians. You can't make that point with data that is that old. Sorry. That's 3 months ago. You can't say that they currently support that 3 months ago. It's literally a different time, a different scenario going on right now. You're asking us to use that data point and just draw a straight line to now. Why should we do that? Why? Like, what's your argument?
I think it's time Jack stops playing with her food.
I mean, I'm getting bored, so yeah. Also, let me finish reading out your comment, because the rest of it is so dipshitted. It's kind of incredible. So the idea that it's going to be easy to find a solution to the issue by saying, well, Israel just needs to calm down, are not going to work. When have I ever said it's going to be an easy to find a solution? And when have I ever said that, well, Israel just needs to calm down? What I've said is Israel needs to stop doing a genocide. What I've said is Israel needs to stop pursuing a campaign of ethnic cleansing. I've never said that's going to be easy. You seem to have inferred that somehow. But that's on you, and it's an incorrect assumption to make about my position. Weird, from a guy who's really against making assumptions. So, I don't know. There are a few points here that I'm just kind of like, something's not clicking in your brain. Stop, he's already dead. Yeah, I know. Again, if you wanted to be accurate, you could say, my main point is that the attacks on Israel were largely supported by Palestinians 3 months ago. That would be correct. I can live with that. No, my guy. There are literally like 200 people watching you right now. They all think you are a cum-brained idiot. Literally, there's someone in chat right now saying, I think he's too cum-brained to listen to you. You're saying we can't make any kind of like, I don't know, confounding variable that might have an effect on the data point that you said between one point in time and another. I'm asking you, why should I assume the data stays the same between one data point and another, one point in time and another? And you're just like, well, I don't know, it's the best we got. And like, that's not a good argument. Like one data point is not enough to be like, oh yes, it simply stayed the same. One data point. That's what you have. You could simply change your language here to be more correct, but you can't do that because you're a dipshit. Yeah, why should we assume the effect of variables? That's, yep, uh-huh. Okay. If you can live with that, but can't be bothered to actually engage with us, why the fuck are you living with it here around us? Seem to think it has a large effect for some unexplained reason. Well, I assume it has a large effect because millions of people were affected by it, yeah. I generally think something might have a large effect if it has a large effect. You know? Like, for example, if someone murdered my entire family, I would have a negative opinion of them. You know, I would have a fairly massive negative opinion of them, actually. So I assume massive actions result in massive effects. Yeah. I don't have a problem with rational disagreement. I think you do, actually. I don't think you're capable of rational disagreement. So I think you have a major issue with it, actually. Anyway, this has been really not fun. You've been in chat before. I remember you. You used to be less stupid. You somehow, I don't know, maybe you started, like, doing drugs between the last time you've been in my chat and now. I don't know. But you used to be somebody. And now you're just kind of, I don't know, you're like the intellectual equivalent of like a gibbon throwing shit at a wall. Nah, that's too much, that's too much credit. At least the gibbon would be having like some amount of fun or mental processing going on to pick up the shit and throw it at the wall. You're worse than that. You're like, I don't know, a sea cucumber that's forgotten how to like inhale water, you know? That's like the level you're operating on right now. Like, you're like a jellyfish that's like floating through the ocean, but like you've forgotten how to like grab onto various planktons. You know? Just kind of floating going with wherever your sea of, I mean, I imagine it must be a quite a tranquil sea of thought in there. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. I get, I'm a pretty easy mark, I guess, for this kind of thing, because I get flustered when I feel like people don't understand my point. And I think I passed that point a while ago where, like, other people understand my point. You just can't. And I don't know why that is. I think it might be because you, like, I don't know, jerk off to Nick Fuentes or something. I haven't figured it out yet. But, you're kind of boring. And you're also wrong. And, like, you're not even wrong in a fun way. You're wrong in, like, a pedantic way. Like, I don't know. Like someone in your English class, like, correcting spelling to be, like, British spelling instead of American spelling. It's just driving everyone else insane. I don't know. I feel like you should be ashamed of yourself, but that would require some level of, like, self-awareness, I guess. And, like, awareness of how you come across to other people. Like, I guarantee if you talk like this and are like this to other people in your day-to-day life, it's probably really holding you back from holding, like, stable relationships with others, either romantic or platonic. And I hope that, like, for your own sake, you figure out what the fuck is wrong with your brain. Like, maybe you can go to therapy or, like, a psychologist or something and, like, get the help you need. Yeah, I don't know. Come on, I don't believe in therapy. We can tell. All right, there we go. Whew. We really got some live ones tonight. Honestly, the roasting is the best part of this segment. Yeah, I mean, like, I can acknowledge that there are Palestinians in the Gaza Strip that support October 7th, no doubt. But my God, like, the inability to acknowledge that millions of people being displaced would affect polling results is wild to me. Normally they're more fun. Yeah, you know? I don't know. I'm an addict and can follow your points. This bro is gone. My auditory hallucinations tell me psychiatric medication is a lie. Yeah, no kidding.
He isn't cooked, he is burnt.
It's true. It's true. Like, that guy was too cooked to even get into, like, the more interesting parts of a potential disagreement in conversation, you know? Like, the interesting part of the disagreement would be like, okay, even if I grant your points about, like, sure, you know, before October 7th, 90% of Palestinians supported, like, a violent attack against Israel. What is that? How does that translate to now? Like, I grant you the maximum amount of what you're claiming, you know? How on earth does that justify killing, like, 10,000 women and children? How on earth does that justify killing 20,000 women and children? Like, what? And? How on earth does that justify giving hundreds of thousands of children, like, infectious diseases? How does it justify, like, destroying 85% of, like, the residential buildings? You know, like I think that they understood that that was probably where the conversation would go, and they just didn't want to let it get to that point, frankly. I think they knew it was going to go in that direction, and they'd rather have the pedantic argument than like be the monster we know they are. Hey, Doom Nukin. How you doing? Exactly. What does the political beliefs of a bunch of civilians have to do with whether they deserve to be cruelly removed from their homes and killed? Exactly, Spitfire. Exactly. I had to hear someone at work say yesterday, just nuke them. We live so isolated from the consequences of war. Yeah. King Princess, you have like a real issue. You know that, right? Like I don't know what your deal is, but like the dedication and hatred of me is actually quite impressive. Hey, guys, remember how earlier in stream I said, like, I think it's fine to say rest in power for, like, non-black people? And how, like, people on Twitter would probably give me shit for it? One of the stalkers who follows my channel, specifically looking for clips to make me look bad, was watching. It's fun stuff. But yeah, sure. Roast me for saying rest in power for a murdered 16-year-old. You know what? Go ahead, do it. That's fine. Yeah, you got me. My controversial opinion. I think that trans men who die for their identity, yeah, I think they deserve to rest in power as well. Why is the internet fucking like this? Because people are obsessed with virtue signaling rather than actually getting anything done. Yeah, the weird freaks are out in force today. It's true. Oh, Stadman, calling them leftists would imply that they believe in anything other than like virtue signaling. And I don't think they believe in anything. They don't do anything. They just harass people who disagree with them. What's your position on Israel? My position on Israel is that they are undertaking a genocide and a massive ethnic cleansing campaign, and that they should stop. I think those things are bad. I will roast you for that wallpaper. It's just... Wait, what wallpaper? The walls are just painted. They're concrete. Or maybe they're not concrete. They're probably just drywall. I don't know exactly what color I'd call it. Cream, maybe? How educated are you on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? How strong is your opinion? It's incredibly strong. Yeah. And fairly educated. Not expert level, but conversational level, certainly. Would you like to have a conversation about it? In what capacity? About what? Also, I've been streaming for 7 hours. Unless we get some subs or donos, I'm gonna be heading off to bed soon. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. About the Israeli-Palestine situation. Yeah, in what respect? It wasn't a difficult question. Let's just say about Israel's right to respond to terror. Okay, well that's a very short conversation though, right? Again, I call back to the
One last BWA for the road.
Oh, S. Crane, thanks for gifting Hapsley a sub. I appreciate that. Well, it's based on the whole history. No, it doesn't have to be based on the whole history. It's very simple. It's a very simple question. If a robber takes let's just say a bank hostage, how should one respond to that? Like should the police how should the police respond? I mean, can you answer the question? How should the police respond to a robber taking a bank hostage? I feel like it's a pretty, simple question. If you'd like, you can pretend it has nothing to do with the situation at hand, but, I'd still like an answer. Oh, I agree. A government of people is not equivalent to a criminal taking people hostage. But can you answer the question?
A second dono hit the stream.
Asuka, thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, I feel like I maybe I stuttered. Maybe I need to change it from a bank. If a criminal goes into a hospital, or say I don't know, a group of criminals, 10, they're all armed. They go into a hospital. How should the police respond? And frankly, oh, okay. Regarding your question, the police needs to take care of the robber without hurting civilians. Okay. So should they blow so blowing up the building would be out of the question, right? Of course. Okay. Cool. So how does Hamas being the de facto government of Gaza create the flawed analogy? What is the flaw here? Like, how does that change the equation, I guess? Is this the same guy? You know, it's possible. Anything's possible in Biden's America. Good night, Kusi. Sorry. Get good sleep. Or wait, unless you're talking to Spitfire, in which case, good night, Spitfire. All right. 1. The Palestinians support and harbor Hamas. 2. Hamas is still a danger to Israel as long as they exist, unlike the criminal in a hospital. 3. Hamas didn't just take a few people hostage, but committed the worst terror attack of modern times. Okay, so 3. I'll address your points as I see fit. Number 3, doing the worst terror attack of all time does not entitle you to then blow up civilians, even if there are members of Hamas in a certain target. Let's see. Also, again, we know about the Hannibal directive that the IDF operates on. We know that they have shot and killed hostages, their own hostages. Let's see here. Hamas is still a danger to Israel as long as they exist. There's literally no way Hamas could actually defeat Israel in combat. 1, the Palestinians support and harbor Hamas. Most of them don't, actually. I believe even currently, with elevated levels of support due to the armed conflict, around 40% of Palestinians support Hamas. So if the goal is to have Palestinians support Hamas less, armed conflict makes them support them more. So literally by attacking the Gaza Strip and invading the Gaza Strip, you've boosted the support of Hamas, you've killed the hostages, and you haven't actually reduced or eliminated the threat of Hamas, because again, the threat of Hamas, there's no way for Hamas to overthrow the state of Israel. They accidentally shot 3 hostages. They also killed several with bombs. So and again, you still have to account for the tens of thousands of women and children killed by the IDF. The hospitals bombed, the schools bombed. How are these not equivalent to the robber? Were the children Hamas supporters? Was that what justified bombing the schools? Were the elderly, I don't know, getting too uppity in the hospitals? How many would be okay in your eyes? I don't know, a lot less than 30,000. I think destroying, for example, 85% of residential areas in northern Gaza, I think that is pretty interesting, combined with the rhetoric coming out about turning Gaza into a parking lot and the Israeli settlers celebrating the mass devastation in the Gaza Strip because they can resettle the settlements in the Gaza Strip. I don't know. There's a lot of rhetoric coming out of Israel that seems to indicate to me that it's not about an existential threat so much as it is ethnically cleansing the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Trains Kits, thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube. I appreciate it.
I heard about this game called Buckshot Roulette. It's a lot like Inscription.
Interesting. Thank you for the $5 dono. I'd advise you to do more research on what exactly? The genocidal rhetoric coming out of Israel? How many would be acceptable? I don't know. I feel like I feel like the point at which we got past what's acceptable was when we started openly talking about culling the Palestinian population so that other nations would be more comfortable taking in the refugees after they're expelled out of the Gaza Strip. Also, again, if you accept the premise, right, that it would not be okay to blow up a hospital that had armed people inside that were hostile to you, what changes that about like a hospital that has like Hamas inside? What changes that about a school that has Hamas inside? Like, interestingly enough, 84 UNRWA schools have been directly hit or damaged by bombing since the beginning of the war. Were there like just Hamas militants in every single one of those schools, and that then justified bombing them, even though schools are internationally protected under the laws of war, and also were harboring refugees at the time? It's really interesting how they go quiet, you know? I don't understand how you can start the conversation by saying, "Oh, this analogy is terribly deeply flawed," and then what? Then you're like, "But it's okay to do it to Hamas. It's okay to do it to Hamas targets with Palestinian civilians inside because, well, they deserve it, right?" Like that's the underlying message. Like, you know, if a normal gang of criminals invaded a school, why, we wouldn't just blow up the school, but because they're Palestinians in the school, and because they're Hamas, well, then we can blow up the school. Like, that's the argument you're making. They're a special kind of acceptable target. Ah, God. Really, tonight brought out so many dipshits. I wasted so much time. Good night, Snoogan. Like, why do these people insist on wasting my time? Still got a lot of segments, so that's nice. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like these last two interactions probably aren't going to be segments. Like, I don't think they were fun to watch necessarily. I'm just like on the spectrum and like autistically argue. Yeah, that's kind of my opinion as well, Salmon Moose. I'm sorry. I subjected you all to that. No fault of yours? I mean, kind of fault of mine. I could have banned them at any time, and I probably should have banned them, like, a lot sooner. I really like arguing with people a lot. And I really want to be understood by people. Like, that's like a fundamental thing for me. It's really hard for me to, like, walk away from something when I feel like I'm not being understood. The sin, I feel that, right? Well, forgive you, I do struggle with the same arguments every day. Yeah. I fell into the trap. Yeah. I thought it was fun. Well, good. I'm glad someone enjoyed the content. Oh my god. Yeah, I had a lot more I wanted to talk about with the stream today. But, well, you know. Sometimes you just gotta remind yourself that's true. Perhaps today isn't a good day to ask my dipshit question then? I mean, go for it. It's me, Natalie Marie. What is your issue here? Why are you so, like, obsessed with policing language instead of finding solidarity with other people? I just don't understand. Rest in Power was used by, like, a Filipino American initially. It was used for, like, Rachel Corrie. It's been used for other people that aren't black people. And I don't understand the weird ideological insistence that, like, only certain racial groups get to use common phrases. I think that's weird. I think that's weird, and I think it is antithetical to the entire goal of, like, building a solidarity movement to police language in that way. I think that it divides people in a way that's unhelpful. I think that it wastes our time and energy with infighting rather than directing it towards the structures that actually oppress us. I think that it ignores intersectional struggle. I think that it is completely and utterly unproductive to doing any of the things that liberate actual people in the world. I think it is, frankly, an exercise in stroking one's own ego to police this language in this way. Like, that's frankly my argument there. I think that for you, this is more an obsessive exercise than it is, like, an actual piece of leftist activism. Like, the fact that the only time you come into my chat to talk is to police language for common phrases that I use to like honor people who've died doing struggles is frankly mind-boggling to me. Like you've dedicated like months or years of your life obsessing over this, and I think that that time would be better spent on literally any other kind of organizational effort, like joining the DSA and like actually getting political change done, or like knocking on doors for political campaigns. And instead you're using your energy to say you're being racist for saying rest in power to honor like a guy who self-immolated in order to draw attention to the genocide in Gaza. Or, oh, you're being racist because you're using this phrase to remind people to properly gender a trans person who was murdered, a trans child who was murdered. Again, this is deeply weird behavior on your part. And not just your part, because I don't want to make it seem too personal, but like it's deeply weird behavior on the part of a lot of people in the online left that I find self-serving, and I find it quite well, I find like frankly that it spits in the face of everything that a leftist solidarity movement is about. So, yeah. I think that if you are demanding, essentially demanding this type of, I don't know, token active fealty to your particular virtue signaling, I think that you've deeply misunderstood the point of the actual left-leaning political spectrum. I think you've deeply missed the point and have fallen into something else entirely. Like, I don't know. Instead of complaining about how rest in power is racist for like a soldier who self-immolated, we could be talking about like and organizing for bringing an end to the conflict in the Gaza Strip. We could be doing something more productive, and instead we can't do that. And that's not on me, because I know where my focus is, but it's on you. You come into my chat and demand this kind of attention, and like it's frankly very weird and like kind of parasocial in a way that makes me uncomfortable. Do you get where black people are coming from when they see white people not be able to make the smallest sacrifice? Well, here's the thing. I think that if black people are demanding like this type of like fealty with like meaningless gestures and virtue signaling, I don't think that that is something that's very helpful to anyone at all. I would rather do something that's actually helpful to black people, frankly. But I don't think it helps anyone for me to like not honor intersectional struggle. I actually just got a call from the PSL to organize in my local area. That's wonderful. Then why are you obsessing over me and my content? Like, this is what I don't get, right? Like, it's either you with multiple accounts, or it's like multiple accounts that obsess over my language that only show up around like hashtag say her name, or rest in power, or like these things that like are common phrases used outside of the black community. So like it's very strange to me And it seems like it's something other than what you're saying it is. I guess I personally, from our interactions and like the weird level of passive aggressiveness you have towards me, I view it as something else that is more personal. Like, you understand how freakish it comes off to me to be policing the way others are mourning a murdered child, right? Like, the fact that you would rather take your time to attack how I and, like, the friends of that child mourn them rather than anything else that would actually build solidarity. It's weird. Like, I don't know exactly what's going on, but, like, the fact that you're like, oh, you can't do that because all black people demand this sacrifice of you. It's not all black people. I have black friends. I've talked with them about this. They think it's fine. So it's a certain group of black people. And I don't know which group you're talking about, but I don't think they're interested in an intersectional movement. Like, frankly, yeah, it's anti-intersection. It's anti-intersectional. It's frankly kind of cruel. The fact that you only come in here to complain about my language for murdered trans children. Those are the two things you've come in here about. Did you just do I have black friends? No, I just did I've talked with black people and they agree with me. Building an intersectional movement can sometimes require sacrifices. Yeah, actual sacrifices. Actual sacrifices, not the language. Actual intersectionality. Like to flip it back around on you, do you not agree that black people should make sacrifices for intersectionality? To stand in solidarity with trans people? Trans people can't use rest in power? This is gross and insanely counterproductive to any kind of actual solidarity. Like, I don't understand. And this is like a near psychotic level of obsession with me. The fact that, like, I mentioned this earlier in stream to end a segment about a murdered trans child. I said, rest in power, Nex Benedict. And this is the one time you fucking show up to my stream in like a year. That's crazy. That is insane. You understand that, right? To like anyone outside of this, that is a crazy thing for you to do. And deeply cruel and deeply, like, disturbing. A trans child died. Time to check out Riverboat Jack's stream so I can police her language. Oh, so someone immolated themselves in front of the Israel embassy. Time to check out Riverboat Jack's stream and police her language. That's insane, right? You understand that, right? You're not looking too good yourself. I don't care what I look like to you. You only show up to, like, chastise me for language I use to mourn dead trans children. You only show up to, like, yeah, like that's crazy. Like, would you go to a Nex Benedict, like, vigil and, like, I don't know, like, start chastising, like, mourning teens? Like, this one said rest in power. How dare you? Why couldn't you make a sacrifice for black people? You have a history of doing this? Yeah. Wait, what's wrong with saying rest in power? Hapsley, their point is they think only black people should be able to say rest in power. They think only black people should be able to use, like, say her name. That's it. That's it. Doesn't matter where the phrases came from. Why can't you just sacrifice a phrase for black people? That's the point. Why can't you make this gesture to let all black people know that you support them? I support black people. I just don't think black people require me to, like, make a weird gesture and, like, start chastising, like, mourning trans people for using the phrase. But Natalie Marie does. The local indigenous folk in the Two-Spirit community made a vigil for Nex, and they put rest in power on a sign they made for the vigil. Gee, why couldn't they make a sacrifice for black people, Punky Gal? They must be racist, too. It's performative nonsense. And frankly, it's pretty disgusting that this performative, like, type of scolding only comes out around tragedy. And rather than, like, talk about what we could do to move past the tragedy, to find some sort of constructive move, it's language policing, it's tone policing, it's virtue signaling. And the thing is, it's virtue signaling for them. You know, like, it's me, Natalie Marie, is here to virtue signal to whoever she's, like, trying to appeal to on social media. I don't believe that this is genuine at all, you know? I think that this is for others. I think this is probably to clip farm. And, yeah, it's pretty sad. Why can't people be normal? Well, frankly, it's because, I think it comes from, like, trying to derive an air of superiority. I think that's frankly it. Yeah, honestly, I think that's kind of, I think that's a good way of phrasing it, Kusa Kusi. It's a use of, like, minorities and otherized groups for oneself. I think it is a form of narcissism. I'd agree with you there. It's a lot easier, for sure, than, like, actually doing activism. They're doing that on all leftist channels since yesterday. They aren't all right. Yeah, no, of course they're not. This is to, like, virtue signal to their circle. Like, that's what it's for. Anyway, I'm gonna ban that person. Just kind of sucks. Nah, Ukrainian, they do mean poorly. They've done this multiple times. It's only when there's, like, a murdered trans person. It's happened multiple times. They're literally using the death of trans children to, like, try and up their clout in whatever social communities they run in. I don't know if it's, like, another streamer. I don't know if it's on, like, Twitter or whatever, or Blue Sky. But frankly, I view this as using, like, dead trans kids for clout. Whoa, I checked their Twitter and you literally plastered on there along with other small leftist streamers. Yeah, no, they're like a weird stalker. It's insane. There's, like, 2 or 3 people who do this pretty regularly. And they'll take clips and then they'll, like, try and go to, like, other streamers that I interact with and be like, look, oh, are you sure you want to interact with Riverboat Jack? Look at how racist she is. Oh man, she couldn't even make this small sacrifice for black people. It's pretty sad. And it's pretty disgusting. And I'm pretty mad about it. I didn't ban them before because, frankly, they probably have an alt. Like, it's not. They'll probably just be back in a different form. But I'm sick of it, man. I'm so fucking sick of it. Well, Hapsley, I'm pretty sure they watch, oh god. There's a streamer. What was her name? She got into, like, a tiff with, Finster. Yeah, no, that's the part that hurts the most, Salmon Moose. Like, she was, like a long time, like, almost OG viewer of my channel, and then, like, and like, I get comfortable with you guys. Poly People, thank you, Winby. Poly People was trying to like, pick a fight with me, I guess, on her stream not that long ago. I think she watches Poly People. But it wouldn't surprise me if viewers of Poly People have kind of, like, trans medicalisty takes, considering, like, the beef with Finster. It's so creepy. Wow, that's really sad. Yeah, right? Nikolai Prime. I mean, that you pretty much have the gist of it. Not that it does much good. Doesn't White Forest let you ban according to IP? Yeah, it does. But they just watch me on YouTube or Twitch or something, you know? But yeah, I fundamentally, it's a narcissistic virtue signaling of a thing, you know? Oh, why can't you just sacrifice this thing? Why can't you just sacrifice this thing for X group? Well, they aren't interested in mourning. They're not interested in productive, like, activism when this is how they spend their time. They're interested in policing other people's speech for their own clout. You know, they might not view it as clout, but that's frankly what it is, you know? From memory, they're trans themselves. I think that's correct. I don't remember, but sounds correct. Well, Abyssal List, there's like a certain like clique of virtue signaling folks on social media. And I feel like folks sometimes fall into that, and like that's like the only way to be like one of the good ones, you know? I think it's kind of similar to like do you guys remember like Hoteps? I think at one point we watched like a video about Hoteps, and there was like a Black Hebrew Israelites. There was like a protest they were doing where they were having like white folks like lick their boots. I think it's similar stuff. Why can't you just lick their boot? Such a small thing to be one of the good ones. And you know, that's a very extreme example, but like it's a smaller scale example, I think. It's okay, Lady B Miniatures. Just like a long-term stalker chatter, like multiple of them came into chat to complain about the fact that I used the term rest in power to honor Nex Benedict. Actually, don't think I remember this one. It's fine. Can I swear? Yeah? Usually I don't care too much about optics. Honestly, optics poisoned people are like the most awful individuals on the internet. Just about. Well, that was a shitty way to end stream. Oh, Lady B Miniatures, I agree with you, and unfortunately Nightbot all like police is all caps. The fucking is saying the word fuck is fine. But I will read out your comment. Chaya is a fucking idiot who caused the death of someone. She was in a position of power and she fucking killed a trans person, and the Oklahoma should be ashamed for allow libs of TikTok in her position. I agree wholeheartedly. Not you at all. You stood up for yourself. Perfectly good way to end the stream. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. The Oklahoma government. No worries. I understood. Good night, cheese tortellini. I hate this type of discourse so much because it reaches well-meaning friends who buy into ideas like you're not part of a group, then you can't advocate or talk about their issues in any way. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Destroys intersectionality. For sure. When, like, the terms are already intersectional, you know, like, all of the terms that I used, anyway. I'm just so fucking tired, man. I still enjoyed the stream. Well, thanks. Nightbot is fascist? True. Oh yeah, the Taylor Lorenz Chaya Raichik interview was pretty incredible. You still look great. Thank you. It was a good stream. It is an 8-hour long stream. So anyway, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos. I would very, very much appreciate it. I'm EB as fuck, need sleep. Get good sleep, OS Crane. How do you manage to stay awake anyway? I stay awake by having insomnia and slamming caffeine both before and during stream. And also there was a possible attempted break-in in my house earlier, so there's a bit of adrenaline still kicking around in my body. And also, I really like arguing, and multiple people in a row just kept stepping up to argue with me. And then I also get more awake when I'm mad, and I fucking hate and despise people who are only about virtue signaling for clout, which is what the last person who came in to, like, debate me did, I guess. Hope you're okay. I'm okay. Got a knife. Also, cleared the house. It's all good. And, hey, Sticky Monkey Flowers. How you doing? Oh, thank you for the 100 biddies. I work overnight, so I like listening to you while stocking shelves. Nice. I'm glad to be a source of entertainment. OMG, that's terrifying. Yeah, that's how stream started, so you know. Good stuff. My feminist seminar literally talked about the importance of giving groups a podium, which means that other groups have to talk about their issues too. Yeah, 100%. Interesting perspective, Noctalb. To play a little bit of devil's advocate, sometimes language policing is actually important. So, to agree with you, I think that there is, in, like, social situations, right? In society, people language police, like, as a as like a Like we do that. Like that's just kind of a natural phenomenon that we do. It's part of like how we socialize. But I like the perspective of sometimes language policing is necessary because it delays discourse if you don't. For example, I like your example too. I'm a vegan, and many vegans I interact with unfortunately use words and phrases for animals that make discourse harder. Some vegans invoke rape when talking about the dairy industry. Many feminists criticize this because it takes away from the focus on rape culture, for example. That being said, say her name does not delay discourses. Yeah, I'd agree with you on that one, Noctalb. Just had 2 tornadoes? Damn, Cam. Hope you're all right. Yeah. Great stream. Nice to see the trolls getting dog walked through some basic facts. I mean, I tried my best. Also use a gun, not a knife. I would rather not talk about my guns. Let's see. Give us a gun show. Yeah, I think that there is like an argument to be made that like language policing, like I don't have my weights. I'm sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Usually I'd have like actual weights in my hands, but I don't have them here. Yeah. I think my brain is starting to shut down because it is almost 5 o'clock in the morning. And yeah. How should I phrase this? I think arbitrary displays of loyalty are just that. They're arbitrary. I think claims to language are sometimes valid, but I don't think they are always valid. And I don't think they are valid when it comes to rest in power or say her name. I don't think they belong to any one group, any one person. I think like asking someone to forgo that who's earnestly using it to mourn a dead children is arbitrary and deeply weird in its targeted nature. And I think that I think that is on par with saying like something like, oh, you can't eat, I don't know, corn on the cob. By eating corn, you can't give up corn on the cob. Don't you care about insert X group? Why can't you give up corn on the cob for X group? You know, I think that is as arbitrary as anything else, you know? I think it's about diminishing their value more than anything. Yeah. Does that make sense? Did I articulate myself all right? It's got the juice. I think there's a difference between white musicians stealing music from black musicians in the 50s. I agree. To just flat out intellectually property theft shit and say an old black gospel song being turned into a song commonly sung at protests, you know? Yeah. I know what you meant, but I've been watching your crazy ass for years. Did other people get it? Kiwi Burb, yes. Winby, yes. Did my neurodivergent ass successfully communicate to you guys? Yeah? Like, I've never been someone who is going to or sees much sense in arbitrary deferences. Like, maybe that's me. Maybe that's my autism. But that's kind of where I stand, I guess. If someone's going to ask something of me arbitrarily, I don't necessarily respect that. I need a reason, and frankly, the reasons given for the two phrases I have been picked out for, I don't find them to be compelling reasons. I find them to be very arbitrary. You're not here, you're in an ambient dream forever? Damn it. Nah, I'm that way. I absolutely can't stand any idea that requires some arbitrary line in the sand. I mean, sometimes you need an arbitrary line for things, but I don't think this is one of those, you know? Okay. I'm gonna go to bed now. Good night, everybody. And let's raid into... We're gonna raid into Real Rad Hum. I'll try to have a good sleep. I'm gonna have to get up in like 2 hours. Good night, everybody. Get good sleep.